Oh, I was doing a test. That's fine. So we're gonna go ahead and load up Treacle's people. Let's load the modeler from the save. I was testing to see, we're getting to the point of potentially starting to do biotech stuff, like gene editing and all that. And there's a mod that I really like for when you're gene editing someone who is not a baseliner. But unfortunately, while that all works really cool, it puts this like weird sperm icon in the bottom right, and it's basically so you can see like what combination of parents can do whatever, which sure, I mean, I feel like that's very niche. But I kind of wish I could disable it, because then I spend half the stream people going, "What's the sperm icon?" And I just don't want to deal with it. All right, so we got a trade caravan that showed up. But to catch up people onto what's going on, you're told about that mod from a friend. Yeah, it's a good mod for like when you're doing the gene editing, and you are going to be dealing with a and you're going to be dealing with someone who's not baseliner. Because for those who don't know with that, you can go to baseliner here, and whatever xenogerm is down there is just where xenogenes happen. That's just what's going to happen. But if we take someone who's not a baseliner, like this person, what'll happen is when I put the xenogene in here, whatever conflicts and all that will happen will not show you what it is when you're making it, just the results when you're done. And so you can make, like, you'll be trying to make a decent character and it'll be all jacked up because you won't realize, like, this one conflicts with that one, and because of the complexity or the metabolic rate or whatever, you can get yourself some pretty messed up characters with a lot of trial and error and wasting resources. And so it's just one of those things that the UI mod, all it does is when you're on that screen, you're like, I am going to be using this gene on this person, and it'll give you what the results would be, so you can kind of work through that without having to just guess and hope for the best. Because I'm definitely not team memorize everything, and that's just the way you play. Like, I remember going back to the days of Stardew Valley to do all the achievements and, like, maxing out everyone's social. Hey, Cody, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I do appreciate it. That's 15 months you've been subbed to the channel, and thank you again for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, so I remember, like, playing RimWorld back before they, like, boosted the amount of social you could get, and all that kind of stuff. And then just dealing with a lot of like, having to memorize, like, who's going to be where, at when, at what time, and what gifts they like the most, and all that kind of stuff back before all that was in the UI. And while I'm kind of, like, proud of, like, working through that and digging out, figure out, it's definitely one of those things that when I stop and go, hey, do I ever want to do that again? No. Hard freaking no. There is some value in having friction in games, where friction is worth having. But there's also definitely times where you have your friction in games that it's friction for friction's sake. And it's important to be able to recognize the difference. But yeah, to catch people up on what we've got going on, you will notice, if you haven't caught the stream in the last couple of streams with RimWorld, I've got a grav engine and I don't have a ship. So you might be going, oh no, you must have wiped and started a new colony. No, this is the same one. We still have all of our research and all that. And you will notice, Marguerite was one of our colonists from earlier. Everybody else is new. We had a very, very rough time about 2 streams ago that we did lose basically 90% of the colony. We had to grab the engine and we had to nope out. There was some mistakes I made in how I played, both, like, in the preparations for going to the place, and then I misplayed things when I got there because I forgot about how powerful vac suits were. Just because it's been quite a few runs since I've had a vac suit. And yeah, so misplayed things. So what we ended up having is we did the terraforming accident location to get the gravlight panels and all that. And that was way up here. Oh, I'm not far enough up. Up here. Yeah, where there's the abandoned colony. Oh, that's not the right one. Somewhere here should be an abandoned colony. Yeah, because that's like... Oh no, that is right. Yeah, so that's the abandoned colony. That's where we were doing it. And that's minus 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And we were not prepared for that. And yeah. So I ended up having to, like, just march out of there in the vac suits. And I could only carry the grav core and nothing else. I even had to leave the weapons behind. Like, literally couldn't carry food or anything. It was go, drop, pick up some food real fast on a tile, leave, go and drop, pick up food on the next tile real fast. It was rough. But yeah, then we got down far enough we could ditch the vac suit, start giving ourselves weapons, and we're rebuilding. And the big challenge we're going to run into right now is just getting the gravlight panels to rebuild a ship. We still have all the tech and all that we need. And the solutions we have for that is if I get lucky and I get the shuttle after the multi-analyzer, with the shuttle, I can go up to space when an asteroid happens to be passing over us, grab a bunch of vac stone, bring it down, and start carving it up to be able to make gravlight panels out of. And so we can, like, build our ship by, like, doing that. Which would be interesting, to build your ship from the bare minimum using that kind of approach. And then you'd have to still source the grav cores, you know, at the event sites or whatever. But if that doesn't happen, we can also have... Oh, seasonal flooding, I don't care about that at all. That's going to make this river get way wider. I'm nowhere near it, and we're walled in, so it's literally not going to affect me. Right, we got a bunch of animals to hunt. There's an injured wolverine here. It's going to be fine. Yeah, so we're just having them run around and hunt. We did have, like, a cold snap, a volcanic winter, and a blight all hit our food. But we're right about, like, 97% grown, so while we're just about to run out of food, we're also just about to get a massive influx in food. So if this run holds true to how it's been, we're going to go ahead and it's going to get blighted the whole cornfield right now. That way I get literally no food out of the entire harvest, and things get desperate. Prove me wrong, Cassandra. And the plan we have for here is to start getting into the xenobiology stuff. That's the reason I've been building this room. Let's go biotech. We're going to want to get a gene extractor and all that. So put a gene extractor here, and a gene assembler there, and a gene bank here. I'll actually put down 2 of them, which I probably shouldn't yet, but we're going to. And then the other thing I'm going to do with this room is I am going to make it into a hospital. So go here and go furniture, beds. And then we can go over here to shelves. Put a pair of marble shelves there. That'll be fine for now. You need to play again. You've yet to encounter seasonal flooding. Yeah, no, if you haven't played in a while, Odyssey added a lot to the game. Like, even if you don't get the Odyssey DLC, there was a lot of stuff it did bring to the game that didn't exist before. So it's been like a very nice addition from that aspect. Yeah, you played a ton of Odyssey, you just never do river tiles. Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing, is a lot of times when you get Odyssey going, you're just like going from the next place to the next place to the next place. You don't usually stay very long in any given tile to have a big chance to build up any of that stuff. Okay, so we're working on our bioferry generators and our shield belts, which will be good. We are making our clothes primarily out of alpaca wool, and occasionally we get an influx of devil strand. And right now, the goal is just to get our ship back online. We're not planning on staying here forever. This is more buildup than I really expected to do. But while we're kind of in a holding pattern where I can't actually build the ship, you know, what else can you do? And the reason I can't build the ship is these gravlight panels require... Sorry. the grav ship substructure requires gravlite panels, and you can craft those later when we get over to advanced grav tech, which is going to be a little while. You can craft them, but they require vac-stone. And the problem with vac-stone is you can only get that from space. So I can't get to space without either the grav ship or a shuttle. Otherwise, like I said, it's just waiting for, I believe it's the bulk trade good caravan, or not caravan, ship. That'll be one way to get the grav panels. The other way to get the gravlite panels is, if necessary, we can start convoying to stuff like the ancient complexes and maybe some of these ones over here. It's very possible that if we don't get lucky on a bunch of that, we will start going a bit on the nomadic side and, you know, traveling around to try and get stuff knocked out. Oh, no, it's conversion ritual, still a while. Alright, we're going to slowly try and work through getting the last person converted. Ideology-wise, to catch people up to where we're at right now, that's not what I need to look at. Right now, we are Prolicizer Shipborne. We did ditch Guilty, and got rid of the charity requirement from it. Because that's what we had been doing for the longest time in the run. And we were just getting at the point in the run where we're getting lots of missions that were like, do this thing to help us. What's your reward? Have you considered a stick in the eye? Can you try and get your old ship back? No. Well, the way RimWorld works is when you abandon a tile, which, like I said, we had this one here where it's abandoned now. I can never go back to this tile and reclaim it. If I go back and go to that tile, I believe it'll be straight up ineligible to go there at all. The other thing you run into is if I had left the ship there, my colony wealth would still be like way up here. And what ultimately would happen with that is the threats that would appear down by me would be based on whichever of my settlements had the highest value, highest wealth. So I would get not the stuff attacking this, that would be based on my wealth here, but when you get like the over here where it's like, oh no, there's a toxic fallout machine over there. Dear goodness, you must fight the raiders and destroy it. The threat there would be based off the highest wealth settlement I have. Which means my $200,000 ship would be taking my, $20,000 colony and making them fight, people who are decked out in marine armor and all that. And if I left the ship there, because the mechs would be chasing, they would just go to the ship and, land a bunch of centipedes and war queens or whatever. And just destroy it. So I grabbed the grav core and then we abandoned it. How's your mine doing? You still have mine crumble. The only way we're going to get your mine crumble fixed is if we get really, really late into the research around... if we get really, really late research around the anomaly stuff so we can give you death refusal, and then we kill you and we rip your brain out and then have you resurrect yourself. Or if we get a mech resurrection serum to do basically the same thing, but someone else resurrects you instead of yourself. But neither of those are likely to happen in the immediate future. We could get lucky. You never know when you'll get a quest that just gives you a quick and easy mech resurrection serum. Most likely, though, it probably won't be happening anytime soon. So how much did sterile floors cost? 12 silver, so if I did this whole room, about $1,000. Very little steel, but about $1,000. Have you considered dumping the grav engine and hoping for another record quest? So I can do that, but it does mean I have to wait for a full in-game year or two before the quest will come up again. And we've been trying to figure out what the conditions are for the mech pursuit, because we do have the scenario activate the mech pursuit at the beginning, but it doesn't seem like the mechs actually will pursue you unless you have a functional grav ship, because the idea here was I dropped the engine thinking they would come back because I have all the research and I have the engine placed on my map or whatever, but it's already been long enough that, in theory, I probably could have dumped the core and started that over kind of deal. But, I'm actually kind of dedicated to deliberately not doing that way. I've actually said one of our lose conditions will be the destruction or stealing of the core. That if someone steals or whatever, the run is considered over. So we can have almost everybody die and everything, but if we do lose all of our colonists, or the core is stolen or destroyed, that's it. That's kind of our artificial lose condition we've added, because the whole challenge is that we started Naked Brutality to build the ship and do ship things. With the mech pursuit turned on. I do think it'll be a thing that when I have some time, I might look up the mod that allows you to do the pursuit thing without requiring the whole ship be built. Because that was the whole intention, is that we would start, we'd be like this, one person, and then when, the mechs show up, we just grab all our furniture and we run it off the tile and try and survive. And so you wouldn't get, like, a good permanent colony. You'd be chased around place to place to place until you manage to get the ship built. And then it becomes a normal Odyssey run at that point. A child with pirates. So we got a 5-year-old child wants to join with a shooting level 1. We can accept them, but we will have an attack of about 7 people who are all going to be pretty well set up combat-wise. This is a dangerous one. I really don't need more colonists right now, but very genuinely, we have been saving children left and right in this run. Now, the downside with this particular case is because this child is already 5, they're already halfway through getting through their first age up, which does mean at best we'll do just okay. At the same time, I could also use their weapons, but there is a pretty significant danger we'll be taking on with this. I am going to accept this. This is a little bit dangerous. We're going to drop this down to nearby. I'm hoping this water being all deep. Alright, so we got you. So what did you actually bring me? So you got nothing going on for you. That's totally fine. You are too young to have a trade or anything yet. I see grenades in there. That's not what I need. I genuinely do not have a gun or anything for you. So let's go to schedule. Recreation. And actually, it almost looked like you were fighting with it. Alright, so, with that said, we're going to open the queue. If you would like to be the child who is probably bringing impending doom upon the colony, go ahead and put your name in there with ! join. I'm going to try to get the child down here in time that Silvraxi can drop their gun and pass it over. Okay. They want to besiege the colony, so they're going to be besieging. So, the good news we have is they only have 2 long-range weapons. All the other stuff is relatively short-range. You did not get nearly as far as I was hoping, but the rest of you get in here. Because they are besieging, we're not going to be able to wait on them. This can be good or bad that they stop to besiege, because we might be able to tag them a whole bunch. Also, it's good because they're going to stand in pollution, and not all of them are wasters or anything. Okay, Silvraxi, drop your gun. You grab the gun. Those walls are going to be a problem. So, Machinito, how good are you with your gun? Of course, you're freaking amazing with it. Having the one with the bolt action be actually really solid with her weapon is not the greatest. You've got ammo and a helmet. Let's go ahead and we're going to get that name in here. That way if there's tragedy, you can already be named for it. You're welcome. And it is Moriarty. Welcome. This is going to get bad real fast. The problem is there's a bunch of these like little wall segments here. I figured you're shooting. So the problem is he's got really good shooting. Let's have you step back here, and you step back there. I believe that puts everyone out of your range. No, you're still in range. Alright, we're getting a lot of hits in here. Oh good, they shot at me. Come on. Okay, so you're taking a bad hit. You're taking a really bad hit. Get out of here. Lux right here. You get out of here. We just need to back. This is not going to go well. And this is the concern, is they're all armored and we are not. Get out of here, you just took a headshot. Okay, luckily the fire was not a big deal. Did you at least land any of these hits? How badly are you hurt? Bad. Really bad, actually. Yeah, the fact that everyone's shooting, and I think we've knocked one of them so far. No, this is a custom scenario. It started Naked Brutality, but we did turn on Mech Pursuit, like that you would have on the, Will, get out of here. You're a child and you just took a shotgun hit. Okay, the grenades are down. That's at least something. Okay, they're fleeing. Alright, so everyone gets back. Luxray's in trouble. If we can get Silveraxi up here, Silveraxi can instantly heal you up to basically full. Not full, but, like, you know, not immediately, imminently gonna die. So, uninstall that. Uninstall that. You're moving way too slow, man. Who can get to you quickly? Marguerite is injured. You won't be able to do anything about it. Pagey Cakes is injured on your torso and leg. Giga can get there and start tending. It's just gonna have to be Silbraxi. They're either gonna make it there or not. Medical emergency on Luxray. I think you'll be okay. Alright, so rescue you. Alright, so that was definitely messy. But on the plus side, we just scored ourselves mortars and all that. Ooh. Oh, schedule, let everyone out. Moriarty, go haul back that assault rifle before it rots. The rest I'm less fussed about. Medical treatment needed on you. For some reason you're half-treated. Yeah, no, it did go better than it could have. We very well could have gotten unlucky and had someone take a heart or a head hit, because we're not using armor. That's the reason I kept trying to, like, rolling retreat. The place where we got most of our injuries is right here, when it's trying to stand our ground against the one person with the shotgun, because I figured between all of them, that's just enough shots to be able to make the difference. And we ended up having to retreat all the way down here, that literally that's the shotgun guy that we were trying to take down. We got pushed back to this area, because we just couldn't land any of our hits. Alright, well, Luxray's getting to bump up from a crappy shotgun to an assault rifle. Okay. So you want the form of ideology made. I believe I already have that queued up there. We just don't have an artist. Yeah, no, the shotguns can do a lot of damage, which is always a concern. That's the reason why the moment Will took a hit from the shotgun, it was like, you're out. Which, because you see they're like 3/4 dead. What kind of mods are installed? You don't think the music's vanilla? We have P Music, which adds a bunch of music to it, and then I also have a mod that adds Product Zomboid's music to the game. Because that's basically the mods we have, is we have a couple of mods that add music / don't let, you know, they keep the music from just stopping playing. That's kind of the big kind of mods we're dealing with. We also have one that I don't have control of my research. And then we have a mod that I didn't start with any research at all. But granted, at this point, we've got all the research we didn't start with. Oh, do we not have a power cable going through there? Ah. I'm missing one tile of power cable right there. That's fair. Gonna need people hauling and all that before those waste packs just collapse in that same spot of ground again. Don't want to get all those foods. You lost a guy to shotguns and thought it was a pawn with a bat. Oh, yeah, no, it's just, I mean, any pawn with any, like, ranged weapon has a chance of one-tapping you. It's just always a risk. But yeah, the shotguns can do some serious damage. They have a lot of hit per shot. Alright. So, Giga became an adult. Okay. So, we didn't get, like, the dream traits, but Fast Learner is still very solid. Tough, Nimble, and Fast Learner, we can go with that. I would have loved to have seen Brawler or Jogger or even Fast Runner here, or Fast Walk or whatever. That said, that's fine. We're going to give you Melee, because with Tough Nimble, when we get there, no problem. KSP is an excellent game. We can give you construction, cooking, and plants. So you're going to be someone we can drop into whatever I need you to do. So with that, with Giga being an adult now, we should try and get our hands on a decent melee weapon for him. I believe Pagey Cakes... Yeah, you... Oh, right. The reason I gave you this is... Oh, no, you didn't have a predisposition. Oh, yeah, no, Pagey Cakes is just filling in to be melee because we needed one. So you can drop your sword. And now what's going to happen here is Giga's going to grab your sword. And then you will take the bolt action that Giga was using. Let's put you on the farther range side, shorter range side, kind of medium range. I mean, to be fair, they're both 5-year-olds, so let's probably keep them over there so we keep them out of most fights. Yep, and that's the pollution going back into the ground. Who is our cook? Okay. So you can do... Oh, right, you can also do, like... Literally, Giga can do basically everything but mine. Yeah, literally mining and art is the only things that Giga can't really do. What level do I need to make this thing? I don't. It's fine. So... if we're lucky, we can go ahead and get you made. Wood will also be acceptable. Just to get it done. Yeah, because you also didn't have much melee skill yet, so it's not a big thing to switch you off. And while you've got a bunch of shooting, you got a passion for melee. So we'll get you going with that, and you should be able to get that built up pretty quick. Yeah, everyone's going to those meals, because as far as our cooks go, Luxray got pretty badly hurt. The good news is Luxray is a dirt mole, so they do have fast wound healing. They should be able to get back to it relatively quick. And we go to our construction pawn. You're getting the conduit and all that built. Because yeah, then we'll start doing the gene extractor on our dirt mole to try and get like the fast wound healing. Generally from Luxray, the ones we would want is the fast wound healing is the big one. Intense UV sensitivity is not a bad choice. Strong melee can be useful. I usually don't end up using great mining on anyone. Most of the time I'm not super fussed about having a fast mining speed. So usually I want to have a negative instead to give them something else positive. Obviously, it depends on what we get. That's fine. I don't care about Flash Storm. Okay. The real challenge here is if I start getting really good biotech stuff, it's going to be very hard to fit that on a ship. So that could be a whole thing. Because likely the first iteration of the ship when we have the mechs chase us is not going to be very big when we have to take off. I don't think you can... yeah, you can't uninstall those. I can uninstall the little shelves, but I want to say these two you can't uninstall. So, you could uninstall the gene banks and just shove them in storage to at least have the hard-to-get-a-hold-of part of this sorted. Alright, so Luxray can go into the gene extractor while we're waiting. Because you had full sleep, full whatever. We just kind of need to cycle you through there a bunch of times. And anyone else that pops in worthwhile. Okay, so you are making the sculpture now. Very slowly. You'll need to put columns in here to make it qualified. Okay. Ignoble logo desired. Is that our main ideologies one? Be really hard to do that. I should probably let's probably work on the kid and just hope for a masterful conversion on you. I'm surprised this person's been so resilient to having their ideology changed. Because your social's not bad. Alright, let's go here. Yeah, it is the ignoble symbol. So ideology, ignoble. There you go. Oh, that also means I need to make another spare vac helmet. Because we're up to what, 9 people? 8 people. No, 9 people, because Luxray wasn't chosen, like, wasn't selectable because they're gene extracting. Could you please haul these things? You're hauling the corpses, so you are hauling. At least a little bit. Yeah, they're getting the packaged meals out of here. The big thing is the construction and all that, and getting people to haul stuff. So that's Marguerite's job, is to haul stuff. Oh, yeah, stop doing that. You extracted Indoor Dweller. A self-contained thing, let's see. I was looking for... Indoor Dweller. A gene that carries the gene that has no need for the outdoors and will never feel cooped up no matter how long they stay inside. That's not a terrible one. I very much doubt I will use it, but that's fine. You never know when you have, like, one spare point, you're just like, well, you know, just shove it in there, why not? Oh, that suddenly reminds me. You need your schedule changed. Okay, so what do I want you to actually do? So you have a passion for handling, and you can also help with crafting. I actually am doing really well with the crafting. And Commodore already has construction kind of locked in. We can probably make you into my dedicated researcher. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Because Luxray is crafting and research, which is fine. but only getting to research sometimes. If we dedicate Giga to just you research. Show that on your researcher, who never leaves his bench. Yeah, no, it can be not bad, especially if you get something like the, if you get one of the pawns that doesn't need comfort or anything like that, it can be a thing that you just kind of lock him in a room and be like, here, you literally don't need to eat or sleep or comfort. You only need recreation. So, you know, here's your lab, here's 2 or 3 recreation things in your room. You may not leave. There's no door to this room. You're just in a little box with some recreation. This is your existence from here on out. That could actually be an interesting one. There's a trick where you can like build a space platform that's very unlikely to be raided almost ever. And so you can kind of still like have your safe like space researcher. If you got one of the creepy joiners with body mastery up there, and then just chuck a couple recreation things in the room, you wouldn't need hydroponics, you wouldn't need anything. Just the occasional like component to fix your power, and that's basically it. Alright. So, gravlight panels. Come on. Nope. It might be, since they don't have a functional ship, that gravlight panels might not be eligible to show up. Take the drugs. That's what they're there for. Take the tiny bit of leather, because why not? Give me your components. I'd really like the Nutramine. I mean, we're good. We're good on a lot of this. Alright, is there something else I could chuck your way to pay for this? And actually chuck the dye over there. I've got more than enough of that. As well as a couple of these pieces of clothing that are worn. Okay. But you make space stations in the game, like bringing shuttles down to temporary colonies raiding, but you're not sure meteors stay. If you leave the meteors, they will vanish. It's also a thing that unfortunately, like, doing the space stuff, you do end up with the weirdness around a lot of that stuff not sticking around long. Alright, so we're gonna go here, and we're gonna say 2,000. Alright, so go bring the medicine inside. Go bring the stack of that inside. Go bring some more of it inside. Go bring some of the cash inside. Go bring the components inside. Okay, so we got all but 2 of the Nutramine, that's fine. And medical. And then with that, we get our medical floors. And then all that money's gone. Well, our sterile floors or whatever. Okay, so you've got all that sorted out. Do grav ships stick around in orbit after your crew leave or die? You can't really orbit a grav ship. They have to be landed at something. If they are landed at a meteor or asteroid or something and your people die, I believe it will vanish as well. Alright, so we got all of them bows. All of them bows. That's a lot of impids. That is not my favorite. Is that attacks immediately? They are going to prepare, so we want to initiate on them. So it's just one on that side. So this is the main threat over here. Let's see if we can't knock them down. Because if I can pick off a couple of them, that'll be good. Why does everyone suck at shooting forever? How good of a shot are you? Pretty terrible. Between 5 of our guns being able to shoot at you, we should be able to just chip away at you. Nice. So I got rid of the armored target. Okay, we got a solid headshot on them. Force you to move up. Okay, so we got that one done. Next up, we'll start walking down there because this one has to go up and around. And I don't have an easy way for them to reach into my base. And that's how you, like, bait them into defensive positions. We haven't made a actual defensive position, just a defense. It wouldn't be a bad idea to go there, especially now that I've got a hospital. If I put my defensive position over here, it means anyone who gets injured and down, the hospital's right next to it. Alright, and we just got one more left up here. So you have 4 hours to live, you have 7. So let's set one of these to be a prison. And you go capture that one while the others are fighting. Because they're an impid, and while a lot of the terrible traits come from impids, they do have some that we can put to use, like being bad at certain things and all that. That if we're lucky, we can get a combination of stuff that's worth using. So Sophraxi's just going to bring the person back. They can't patch them up themselves. I know, everyone's getting mad. They're getting hungry and tired and all that. Sorted. Okay. Orders allow all. And we took no injuries that time. This is going to be a hard one to patch up. Probably the person's going to be just about dead when they get back. So you get over here as fast as you can. An undergrounder who is kind, who can do construction and mining. I am potentially willing to keep this person going, like to bring them in, mostly for purposes of just getting the genes. And of course they social fought, so I need a doctor down there to deal with that. Okay. Did you already get treated? You did. Good. And allow all. Okay, you're gonna feed them, and then we're gonna put them in the gene thing. Alright. That way, no matter what happens from here, you're contributing those genes. Because we get the Impet here, we can get some good stuff out of it. We get very fast runner is really, really good. Some of these negatives, like being bad at plants and animals and weak melee, can be very good for using to offset negatives on other, or like positives on other people. So like my ranged pawns, I can deliberately give them weak melee and then some other bonus. So instead of making it so they're okay in melee, I can make it so they can run away easier, or they heal faster, or whatever. We can do all that stuff. Skip abduction, that's fine. We get proximity detector next. And we're just getting all of that right now. There's the monolith somewhere on this map. And we're just letting them research it constantly. Alright. So Moriarty's doing their best to learn. They did join us at 5 years old, so they are 2 years behind on their learning. We should still be able to potentially get them to like 3 or 4 learning if things go well. And like 4 and 5 is about kind of the minimum you want, but obviously beggars can't be choosers. Will here is already at 3 and is about the same age as Moriarty. So that gives us a pretty good indicator where we hopefully will have those end up. So we got weak immunity and poor plants. Don't store that. That is garbage. I will not be taking weak immunity on anybody. Weak immunity is terrible. Poor plants would have been fine, but weak immunity is a deal breaker. So put on the shelf to rot and or trade. All right. Go floors. Limestone in the middle on these rooms. Fine limestone on the outer edges. All right. And yeah, we should actually make a defensive position here. I think we're going to be leaning in on the longer range side of things. Let's see, what's the grav core in the middle? It's our grav core. This run is entirely themed around doing the grav ship. We just lost our previous grav ship, so we stole the core and ran. So we're trying to get a grav ship set back up again. Just, unfortunately, we haven't had a chance to get more Gravlight panels. But then we're going to get the grav ship built again and start traveling again. So the intention isn't to stay on this base long term. This is just kind of trying to keep ourselves afloat until such time we have what we need to get going again. Oh, I also need to go zones. Home zone. Get all that in the home zone now. Get you in the home zone now. Yeah, so we're basically just treating it like a normal base until such time we are evicted by the mechs again, or we get the grav ship on. Because it does seem like as long as you don't have a fully functional grav ship, the mechs stop pursuing. Which I've mentioned a couple times. I think the next run we do, I will try and get a hold of a mod that won't require us to have a functional ship for the mechs to chase. Because that was the intended thing, was we would be constantly running from the mechs regardless. Okay. Hey, Mr. Nice Gamer. Thank you so much for the raid. Did you ever figure out what exactly caused the mechs to chase? I have not. My guess is you have to have a fully functional ship, as in pilot console, engine, fuel tank, and the platform. For those who don't know, Mr. Nice Gamer, absolutely fantastic content creator, friend of the channel and all good stuff. Good times over there. Playing some Project Zomboid today, so I hope you had a good time and nobody got the nibble. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, there's a past tense on that. So, you know, figure that out. But I am a variety content creator who plays a whole range of games, and today we're playing some RimWorld. We also started a stream with Derail Valley and had a good time with that. Even though I did have some pretty harsh criticisms about a lot of stuff in the game, I do still think it was a I do think it is a good game. It just needs a little spit polish. Sadly, Gamer didn't fall to his death this stream. Maybe next time. No nibbles. Just beat the brakes off some Z's. And a bit rusty, but CDDA is interesting in Build 42. Yeah, no, with the changes and how like cold and all that is in Build 42, where it's a lot more dangerous than Build 41, and then just a bunch of like the more complexity around crafting and all that, the CDDA can be a bit sweatier in Build 42. It's still like really, really front-loaded difficulty, that like once you get past that very initial phase, it gets pretty manageable. But it is one of those things that like the higher respawn rates and everything that CDDA has can make it a bit sweaty. Alright, waste dumps. They want to give me even more drugs. So, you know, Book of Goats. So, I could take the social. I don't... Alright, 1 second. Assignments, manage reading, anything, no tome, so I already have it set. Yeah, no, it's a book that has summon animal. Alright, so we got our pods with the good stuff. So, what we could do with that is you are going to use this to boost your social. You drag that book in, and you drag this book in. Hey, Kintaro, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Jumped you up to level 12 socials. That should help with a lot. Alright. That's honestly a perfectly acceptable place for all that pollution to sit on the ground. We are just ruining this poor map by just taking bribes to build up toxic waste. Shoot Frenzy, that's fine. We got a bunch of people dealing with mild heat stroke. Actually, leave that door open. Extreme heat stroke. I missed that that was happening. Get over here right now and rescue them. So carry Moriarty, go in here, close this door. This room should cool off. If not, everyone and their sister passes through this room rapidly. Let's go ahead and put some passive coolers in these rooms. Who is our construction person? You? Congratulations, you're building passive coolers. Are they all wearing parkas? No. They're actually wearing capes. And parkas don't actually make you hotter in the game. That's not... There's no clothes in the game that make it so your tolerance to heat goes negative or anything like that. If you want to wear 50 layers, that's totally fine. It might not do anything to help you, but it won't hinder you. Come on. We got passive coolers in all these rooms. down to 90. Okay, it's coming back down. Okay, got your weapon back. Alright. So it's like a really short but extremely severe heat wave. The mech pursuit is brutal. You don't know how you're surviving without a ship. That's the thing. We've come to learn that the mechs stop chasing you if you don't have a fully functional ship. So, like, even though I've got the grav engine, the mechs aren't showing up at all. And we haven't deliberately gotten rid of it or anything for that purpose. It's just a matter of how it's been. We got forced off the R1. Yeah, it's honestly, it was something I didn't know about, and I'm a little disappointed that it works that way. I would much rather that the mechs did chase me the whole time, because that was the intent, is that it had to keep caravanning away and just slowly working my way up to being able to have the ship. But I think the idea was they were, like, the devs are worried that if you took a loss of the ship, that you're basically you'd be stuck, unable to handle the run from then on. And so they did go out of their way to make a make it so the mechs would back off if you didn't have the ship. Which again, I don't know. Yeah, it would be a very hard thing to survive. But I figure that's like the whole challenge though, is that you've got your grav ship and that the mechs are after you. The fact that you lose your grav ship and they're like, never mind, it's cool, is a little underwhelming. I actually don't remember what I intended this room to be. Cargo pods. Little plasteel, not going to complain about that. I genuinely don't remember what I was going to do with that room. Because this is going to be our hospital, and then for, like, you know, we can go ahead and get the biotech stuff here. Like, obviously I'll need more room for it later, but what I can always do in that case is I can just move the hospital over. Right, so let's go ahead and for this... Okay, shoot frenzy. Alright, what do you want? You want a bunch of herbal medicine? We can do that. Cache of Fortune, advanced components. Alright. So let's see. So you are 30, would be about the assault rifle's max range. That should be fine. Making a bit of a weird setup here. It's fine. They'll take a whole hot minute to do anything, but it's a way of just burning away a bunch of those sandstone bricks. Alright, so everyone's healed up. We got all your stuff going on. You both are gonna age up in a little while. Still got the marble stuff over there. You're getting close to finishing the thing we need here. Oh, right, and I was going to go to you, and then social, assign role, you are now the leader. So we've got our moral guide already set, that's Marguerite, and then Giga here is going to be our leader. So we can use the combat boost and all that in a pinch. No reason not to have that assigned. Cool. Oh, we should probably get a stove. At this point, it'd be 20 meals at least. And so right now, Luxray primarily cooks. Remember, do dirt moles have... Yeah, so dirt moles are slowed down. It wouldn't be terrible to have Giga start working on meals. So what we could do here is say, this one can be Giga, and these two can be Luxray for the time being. And then let's give Giga higher cooking. And so the reason I did that is that way Giga can start working on getting some cooking skill in, but won't be cooking the meals. We're going to be dealing with lots of food poisoning until we get them to like maybe 5 cooking or something like that. Because right now, because Luxray is a dirt mole, which means they have a bit of a movement speed penalty, they're really struggling to keep the meals cooked fast enough. And it's presenting a little bit of a problem. We can also go over here to furniture. Nah, it's fine. I was gonna put like a storage thing of meals here, but it's like, you know, this is fine. We're also not far from the point where I probably should have 2 stoves going. In fact, I'm gonna set that up. You know, make an electric stove. So that way we can start weaning ourselves off the wood one. Yeah, so you'd be a dedicated construction mining person. I'm not the hugest fan of using impids, but I do want the very fast running trait off of them, and there's a bunch of good negatives we can take. The poor plants, poor animals, weak melee. I'd like all 3 of those negatives. Normally you just let your junior cook just butcher and make kibble to skill up. Yeah, well they're still able to do that. I just went ahead and made it so they could also make the Psi tea. So kind of the same thing as I basically made I made it so the actual meals are only made by my good cook, and then the other one can just fill in on anything that we can't get food poisoning from. But kind of the same thing. I'll leave this door open. Now, the idea behind this defensive position is pretty straightforward. We're going to leave that door open. Enemies will come through the doors that'll be left open here, walking in here. We can have our ranged back here, just peppering them with shots with melee ready here. If we decide that it's necessary, we can then, as they start closing the gap, drop back to the sides here and here to be able to blast them on their way in as well. It probably need to be a little bit narrower to avoid friendly fire, but you get the idea. And then we do have side doors, so we could do shenanigans like bring them through here, open that door, close this door, force them to path back, doing like whatever we can to, you know, finagle with them. I usually don't go through like all this elaborate effort. Alright, well I will want you to hold this door open. I can close this door and hold this door open. And the reason I'm doing that is then this becomes where enemies would want to target, because they'll see the beds, they'll see all this stuff in there, it'll be stuff that they choose to attack, everything else is walled in. So that's the most likely place to attack, both from the fact that there's valuables there, there's something worth targeting, yada yada. We just need to get this enclosed. Which will happen, we're just pulling up more and more of the bits of stone everywhere. Alright, so then you... Wait. Oh! Yeah, one already got attrition down. Compact machinery meteor. Thanks, man. That'll serve well. Because, yeah, then I can open the doors here. And the reason I have two of these is if I've got enough firepower and I'm worried about killing something quick, we can go ahead and open both doors to let them in. It's also a thing that I can have one of my melee stand in the door and one of the melee stand here. Step back, close the door, have the other door open, and, you know, just kind of toggle back and forth. You saw someone being very kind tonight? Okay. I mean, always a good thing. There's definitely time to see people be incredibly generous, incredibly kind, and supportive and all that in the platform. Alright, so just copied all the recipes over to the electric stove. So that way Luxray can get some help cooking once we have the availability and all that. Alright. Have I tried Voices of the Void? No. If that's another game, I've not heard of that before. If that's a mod, I generally don't run. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the compact machinery. Yeah, that's always the fun one to get like a plasteel meteor or a compact machinery one or whatever. It was like, alright. Okay, so you got 7 days so you can get back in there. But yeah, no, so I generally don't run very much in the way of mods. Just my personal preference is I like to keep the game, you know, either vanilla or very close to vanilla. Alright, so once we close this side up, and then that door, then however long you make that. Because right now, it's set up with the... Actually, it'll be a little bit too long a range. It's okay. The too long a range only matters with Lancers, Pikemen, and, there's like one or two others. There's like Lancers, Pikemen, Sniper Rifles, and I think everything else would be good. You are upset because you don't have the thing here done, so Braxy's got it almost finished. And then you've moved up to higher expectations. Sky-high expectations. You also ate without table because they just do that for some reason. Despite the readily availability of table. Alright, we'll get some more meat in here, because if we get that, we'll start making packaged meals again. Yeah, we got a couple different people putting time in there. I'd say at this point, take these ones off of being allowed to research at all. It's gonna be Giga or it's gonna be Pagey Cakes. We don't want anyone else who's not at least decently competent to do it. They don't really have spare room here or whatever. Shambler Assault. 17 Shamblers are going to be attacking. Grab everybody. Pagey, I'm nervous about you going that way. Oh, actually, that might work out great. Because the one seems to be chasing Pagey just by themselves, so we rally around Pagey. We should be able to come around this way and clean up. 17's not that many. We do have some firepower, not a lot. It also doesn't seem like they've really focused on any given spot too well, which is really good. They probably will punch a hole or two in our defenses. Yeah, so we got a couple hitting down here. Oh, there's another whole wave on the other side. Oh, and I left that door open. That's fine. They're gonna trash everything. Okay, we need to get over here. Hopefully before they get in there with Sabraxi. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Oh, Sabraxi. I goofed on you, buddy. Come on. Literally destroying everything in the room trying to get rid of it. Did you just get up? Come on, man. Stay down. Okay, you're not up. You're crawling. Okay, you're about to melt down, so please just get out of here. You're about to melt down, so get out of here. You, stop, save Silvraxi. The rest of you, we got more work to do. Because I'm not super invested on whether or not, the Impid lives. Well, that's your funeral, man. Alright, so we got Bliss Lobotomy we unlocked. You're bleeding from everywhere, yet you're not going to the hospital. Go to the hospital, go to bed. We're getting some Silvraxi all sorted out. You just got some bruises. Who else is one of my doctors? The Pagey Cakes is saving them. Luxray, get to it. Yeah, and everyone's mad right now because unfortunately the moment the Shamblers die, they get considered humanoid corpse. And some people are like, oh no, it's a rotting corpse, I'm so sad. Nope. Except the bloodlust person who loves it. Oh yeah, it was Pagey. I mean, they don't love it, they're just indifferent about it. They don't actively despise it. I'm trying to have them haul the corpses out from at least inside the building. Be good to get them all out of here, but at least outside the storage. Tantrum, you're just gonna break stuff in your room. Please don't break your bed. Hitting the walls is totally game. Please don't break your bed. Yeah, no, it's fine. Get the corpse out of here. Yeah, low psychic drones, you know, saw corpses, all that. Could you give it a rest already, man? Thank you. So you should recover from that with your catharsis. Yeah, so Silvraxi getting messed up is not great for us, but we'll get there. You're getting relatively close to aging up, Moriarty. You've got, yeah, you've got about 3 seasons, so about 3/4 of a season left to go till you age up. Or, yeah, pretty close to a season to age up. And it's about the same for Will. The both of you are honestly almost the exact same age. Yeah, so we got a bunch of holes in our wall. We just need them to keep cutting stone to get that resolved. Yeah, no, I forgot that door was open there, so when they broke through the wall into here, I was like, oh, that just means, you know, Silveraxi's, like, cornered and unable to do anything about it. Luckily it worked out. I know. Minor break risk, major break risk, minor break risk, major break risk. Because you're intense pain. All the things. Okay, let's prioritize fixing our walls. Because otherwise people start getting bad because they'll be like, I don't have a nice bedroom. Mini, 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 me. They might as well be camping in... Might as well camping with that intense pain. What Tish. Yeah, that psychic hypersensitivity is betraying you now. Hopefully you'll go to sleep soon before you have a mood break, cause that's a lot of negative mood to be tanking right now. Okay, don't have more sandstone bricks cut. We're getting there, though. And I think that's the last hole in our defenses. Then it's just patching up little bits of damage and all that stuff. Honestly, Psych or Sensitivity is overpowered. The only downside is the Psychic Drones. Yeah, no, I mean, it wasn't something we were going out of our way for. It was when we got our choice of traits. It was like the only positive trait we had for that last one, so we're like, alright, let's grab it. We haven't had a chance to get them any type of psychic powers, though. Don't worry about all that toxic waste, just let it sit out there. Okay, and we're gonna wait because there's 2 days till we can use the actual conversion ritual. So we'll try and use the conversion ritual to see if we can't just lock in this conversion since the person is really going and holding up. Cool, so that's already sorted. Silveraxi should be recovering in not super long. Yeah, and you should be in relatively good mood once you get that. Alright, so we got Proximity Detector, so Void Sculpture's next. It'll affect Psychic Pulse too. You can ignore Low Drone with Pulse thing. Yeah. I just don't have one. Okay. So what I could do for this middle room... Let's put some shelves here. And those will be for weapons and all that. Alright, so zones, expand, not safe. Manage, new, rename, danger, okay. Expand the danger zone, be that whole area there. Schedule, manage areas, invert, okay, and assign. So basically don't go down there. Yeah, it's not too bad, but I'd rather just ignore my problems, make them someone else's problems. Now my intention for... Oh, I see the problem. That's why it looked funny. My intention for this is to make this the room for, like, weapons and clothing. Well, weapons, primarily. So when it comes to looking for my weapon situation, I have to run around and be like, where are my weapons? Link, storage, clear. Important. Weapons do not allow biocoded. We'll start with that. Yeah, we polluted this tile a lot, so I'm curious to see when we leave, like, what kind of penalty we'll take for all the pollution we've done. We've just been taking those bribes for taking more and more pollution, being like, yep, that's fine. Eventually get to the point of having, like, the acidic stuff show up, or getting a Pollux tree. If we get a Pollux tree, then we can start removing the pollution again. Boomalope has self-tamed. You know, actually, we'll keep the Boomalope for right now. We can use it for, like, a trickle feed of chem fuel while we wait. So that way, whether we do the shuttle or get the graph ship back up right away, regardless of what it ends up being, that'll end up working. Now worried about the distress signal. Actually, I take that back. Distress signal. So it is from the Alliance of Incarvus. Okay. Let's see. For the Alliance of Incarvus, you're a gentle tribe. No, you'll just have bows and spears. I was gonna say, if they were one of the higher tech groups who had it, I would go over there because it can be an easy way to score a bunch of, like, assault rifles and that kind of stuff. But with them being a tribal colony, I'm just going to get a bunch of spears and bows and maybe get lucky and get one or two good items out of, like, the little nodules from the flesh mass. But probably not worth it. The ones when you have a high-tech group that gets hit, those can be really lucrative. You think they can have unique bows, if you remember correctly? Oh, that'd be cool if they could do that now. Is the distress signal always flesh mass? Always that I've seen. Admittedly, well, I've done it a number of times. I haven't done it a ton of times. So it is possible that there's outcomes that I'm not aware of. But I'm pretty sure it's always flesh mass. Alright, and begin the conversion ritual. Yeah, I would guess it's only flesh mass. Yeah, no, they can be really, really lucrative. They can be useful. I hadn't heard about the unique bows, but I haven't done it very many times since... Oh, come on. I'm never going to convert this stupid person. They don't even have a trait that makes it particularly hard to convert either. Okay, with all the injuries, did anyone get anything significant? Any, yeah, no scars or anything, that's good. Cool. found a couple unique weapons laying around a distress signal area. No, that sounds cool, because I hadn't thought about the unique weapons. Because, you know, those events predate Odyssey. Those came with Anomaly. So them adding unique weapons gives you a reason to consider them. The unique bows are interesting. It's definitely one of those things that once you get later in the game, they're probably not as useful. Except for, like, maybe a great bow with extra range or, you know, stuff like that, maybe. But, yeah, no, getting you know, anything that's not like tribal would be probably worth it to pop in just for the chance of uniques. So you are gaining some cooking skill. Alright, we're finally about to get that religious symbol that they want. Okay. Cool. So we've got one person with tattered apparel, which would be your formal shirt. Which is a matter of probably not enough loose fabric. We did grab all of their stuff here. Oh, right, we have mortars now. It's actually something I can do here. Oh, the Devil Strand will be ready to harvest soon. And then zone. Do not build a roof here. Because then that makes it so from this location I can start popping off mortars at whomever shows up. And then when the actual fight comes, I can just run through the door and be in the defensive position. Granted, it only looks like they brought incendiary mortars, but that could be fine. The incendiary mortars are not a bad choice for when you have a siege raid attacking you. While they're starting to set up, you start popping off your incendiary mortars on them. And then you can hit their ammo and blow up their ammo, which will often cause them to just attack you. If not, just, you know, hit a bunch of them with it and do some significant damage. Alright, so clear, critical, mortar shells. How are you doing? So at the end of the day, I'll be able to gene extract you again to try again for the faster healing. Let's see, putting mortar shells that close to kill box is a mistake in your opinion. You might want to shoot just outside the kill box sometimes. I mean, sure. Like you're not wrong that having this right here, but this is going to be enclosed. I usually like to have my mortars pretty close to my defensive position, just because that is a thing that you can then go over here. If you have an anti-grain, this is bad, but I probably won't end up with an anti-grain. You kind of want your mortars close enough to the kill box that when you need to silence them, you need to run your people over to get them into defensive position. But also, yeah, you're not wrong, you don't want right on your kill box as well. Because I'm not worried about, like, someone Doomsday or triple rocketing and then setting these off. Just because it's going to be one of those things that if that were to happen, I mean, the mortars are almost irrelevant at that point. It's the fact that it exploded on your head. And do not build a roof over this, even though they'll probably get considered indoors. Man, these probably won't even become relevant. Because we're basically waiting until we get Gravelite panels to get mobile again. But that's going to wait till the right ship comes by here, or we get a shuttle. EMI Dynamo. Alright. So give me some decent bows. The flesh shaping is a pretty good one. Poison synthesis I'm less worried about. Yeah, so it'll be a mech cluster nearby. And we could get 2 blueprint things. I do think I am going to accept this. Let's see. Alright, there's the EMI Dynamo. We're going to send Caravan, and then return, except... grab 2 adult alpaca. Can't think. You like grabbing even bad tech prints because learning them removes them from the loot pool for the next quest? Yeah. So for this one, let's send, Giga... And let's send... KG Cakes, I think. Pods have arrived. And apply, and apply. Well, plus the flesh shaping can be a good one. Let's see, also a lot of int XP. It was like 2k XP or something. You're talking about when raiders pile up right outside the kill box, and to get in the kill box, and you can mortar them with incendiary at... Oh yeah, no, I usually honestly don't try and hit raids in motion with the mortars. If you're not using like anti-grain, I just find it to be so unreliable. I'd rather just hold on to the mortars. You know, maybe like super late game when you've got like the area where you do like the whole like column space, column, or barricade space, barricade, and force them to just kind of crawl through there. I could see aiming for that, but yeah, probably not. Alright. So let's see if we can't sneak in on this EMI Dynamo. You have an auto mortar? Okay. I've not seen one of these where we're approaching them and it has an EMI Dynamo, or has a auto mortar that's genuinely pretty comical. Thank you. Alright, so go smacking it. Go blasting it. Yeah, because it's got a high shield, it's got a bunch of turrets, it's got an auto mortar. That's actually a pretty pretty rough thing to attack there. Now, granted, if we're not dealing with this and they were the target, if you got 2 people with EMP grenades in here, you could shut all of this down in one go, have the other one take that down, and just spray it with the rest, but that'd be an actual group coming in. Usually with these ones, you can get pretty lucky where you can do exactly what I'm doing now, utterly ignore them, destroy this thing, and then run away. I'm honestly wondering if this is... Oh no, it's probably going to take out the shield, which is going to aggro them. I was going to say, this might be far enough back to not chain over to them. Okay, they just don't care. That's fine. Go ahead and pick that up, and pick that up. I wonder if it'll let me... Yeah, I was curious if it was going to let me because they were inactive or whatever. It was gonna just let me have them go. And I believe they'll follow me off. Yep. And solved. Kinda was hoping it'd be. Sometimes you get ones where, like, the mechs will end up being already awake for whatever reason. And those could be a bit rough. Like, because you saw where that was all, like, in the corner there. That worked out well for me. Once in a while, you'll have where they're there, and then the thing is behind them in the mountain area. And so you're like, okay, well, I can't, like, the mechs are all in the way of the thing. So I can't just sneak past them easily. It's very rare it happens. But when it does, you're like, well, crap. Alright, so it looks like Will is up to 3 learning. And still has about half a season left. It looks like Moriarty's about to hit... Sorry, 5 learning. Moriarty's about to hit 3 learning. And has about half a season left. That's actually going to work out pretty okay. Moriarty might be able to hit 4 learning. Which would be good. If not, 3's still fine. Alright. And they got back. They brought a couple components and some plasteel with them. And now we got all the goodies from actually doing the thing. Meanwhile, if we go to Luxray... Yep, you're all well rested. Getting the gene extractor. Alright, we want that fast wound healing. Rare catch, advanced components. This is the second time we've pulled advanced components out of this river. Both our rare catches have been advanced components, which I'm not at all unhappy about, because the advanced components end up being one of the pain things for later production, because you end up needing them for, like, the advanced fabrication bench and... Or, sorry, the fabrication bench and all that kind of stuff. We're actually doing pretty okay in that regards, where I've got 6 already, and we haven't been able to, like, we haven't traded for any or anything like that. It's not a super large amount, but it's certainly not something to complain about. We're getting pretty close to getting our multi-analyzer, and that's because we have a book they're reading for it. Otherwise, we're actually researching shields. Which would be good, because with the shields, I can get Giga a shield belt, which will massively increase their chances of surviving. Let's see, there must be an Archotech civilization somewhere upstream. Let's find it. We've, I can't remember, I know I pulled out at least 1 or 2 Archotech limbs out of fishing. Like, we used to do tons and tons of fishing right when Odyssey first dropped. I think some of the fun things I've gotten is... Ooh. Dark vision, UV, intense UV sensitivity, and indoor dweller. Not really what I'm looking for, but honestly not terrible. And you still have a day and some change till you can be out and about again. Yeah, because if we were to go and do this now... Yeah, so right now that actually give me more negatives than positives. So we wouldn't care about darkness, and we wouldn't care about being indoors. But we would be sensitive to the outdoors. I actually really like the intense UV thing. It'll screw you sometimes. Like, if you're just stuck out in the sun fighting and you're trying to kite, it'll hurt you. But otherwise, it is a lot of points and all that. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright. There is no war in what? Oh, Basensei. Right, from Avatar. I haven't seen that spelled out before. I was like, wait a second. So, if people remember, like, I got the snack crate thing of Japanese snacks, and there's only one left. And Tomb has been like, absolutely not, I'm not interested in all that stuff. And the reason for it, they look like oyster crackers or whatever. But like, if you can read right there, it says cricket. So the theory is that it is using cricket flour. I don't know that it is or isn't, because I don't know what it is. But that's the guess. But it generally just looks like, they look like oyster crackers, like you'd put in, you know, in soup or whatever. So we'll do this, and then we'll try one of those. Healing factors is another one I'd really like. We don't have the money for it. Alright, so poor plants and weak immunity. I'm getting rid of that. Weak immunity sucks. Slow study. Strong intellectual, so I don't care about any of those. We have recurve bow. Psychic harmonizer can be a really big thing. Yeah, no, it's like one of those things like I wouldn't go out of my way for, but I'm also not against trying. So I will end up trying it here in a moment. Ooh, I should get Glitter World. Glitter World will save your life, and I think I'm already sitting on a lot of Penioxylin. Yeah, I've got a ton of Penioxylin. I don't think I need to grab a vial of Nutrimine right now. We're okay for components for the moment. The glitter world does wipe me out if I use it. How much? I actually haven't looked. Okay, I actually have a bunch of medicine. At some point, we need to get rid of the heal root. So let me, or some of the heal root. Yeah, no, I've had things that were bugs before, and I don't even know that it's bug flower or not. It just says because it says Meta Cricket, but Meta looks like it might be the brand name. And honestly, so I said it looked like an oyster cricket. It's almost like a tiny cookie. It's more of a cookie texture. It's got like a strange vanilla to it. But honestly, if you like, I wouldn't. If you're like, haha, you ate crickets, I wouldn't notice. Like it's just like a different cookie. It's like If you ever had like what is it? Chips Ahoy? No, not Chips Ahoy. What is the cereal? Cookie Crisp. It's like Cookie Crisp, but like not as dense and a little bit more floury is the way I would describe it. Yeah, no, I can get down with shrimps and prawn and all that. Fun fact, everyone has eaten some kind of bug. Oh, probably at some point. If nothing else, like you know, a gnat or a mosquito or whatever, get one caught in your face kind of deal. So you ate crickets in Vietnam. They pan-fry them like popcorn kernels. Yeah, no, I haven't. Have I had crickets? I might have had crickets before. I know it was a thing we did at one point in like scouts and all that we tried a bunch of different bugs. And I wouldn't say I liked any of them, but there was definitely ones that I was, you know, were fine or whatever, and then there was ones you're like, oh, that's disgusting. There were a few of them that were just like, oh, that is really gross. Yeah, it was interesting. I would imagine the crickets would be just kind of... Yeah, no, I must have had crickets, because I can actually remember that they were like dry and not dry and crunchy, but like they were like really crunchy kind of thing. But they were like dried out was the way they prepared them. So they weren't like pan fried where I had done them. I don't think they were salted. I think I got them like we bought them and they were like in a bag or something. Like they weren't great. But it was definitely not my favorite. Oh, cool. We could throw you in the machine. Have you eaten recently? Close enough. Get in the machine. Yeah. I remember ants being terrible. That's what I do remember. I do remember ants being, like, actively awful. I think the problem for me was that you saw them cook them. If not, you probably wouldn't have been wise to it. Oh no, the way I got them is like, it was straight up a cricket. Like, it was straight up a dried out cricket. Like, there was zero, is it a cricket, is it not a cricket? It was like, it was straight up, you looked as like, that's a cricket. It wasn't like processed into anything or flour or anything like that. It's not a thing I would go out of my way to ever do again. It's kind of like one of those things you do on a dare. It was very much in that camp of things. Alright, let's go in here and start having it so that we don't let there be too many. Like, right now it's fine, but I want to make sure we don't let the population explode too much. Partly because of wealth, partly because of, there you go. Poor animals, that's a good one. Because most of my people are not going to be handling So Poor Animals is a perfect one to, like, slot in when I need a negative point. Yeah, no, I've definitely... So I'm someone who's been down to, like, try weird things at least once. There's certainly things that are outside, like, I'm unwilling to accept. Usually a big part of those is stuff that's, like, genuinely, like, dangerous to eat. But yeah. So you mean the apprehension for trying them probably why I don't try certain foods, because I'm not blind to them. Like, sushi taco tastes okay, but you don't care for seeing the suckers. Yeah. I actually don't mind eating, like, octopus and squid and all that. I don't think I'd want it as sushi, but that's... Sushi's one that I don't understand why I don't enjoy it. I've tried it many times. I like sashimi, but sushi I just can't get behind. But, like, nori's fine, sticky rice is fine, and all that. But sushi itself I've tried so many times, and every single time I was like, yep, not enjoying this. This is not my thing. Alright, so I didn't look at what your combat skills are. They're whatever. So we're gonna have you rock the normal shotgun, I think. Well, that's what I was saying. It's like, I've had playthings with seaweed and never had that, like, really bother me. It's not my favorite. I'm not a huge seaweed fan. But, like, it's not something that I'm like, oh, this is awful. Alright, so if you'd like to be our brand new Impid, you're going to do !join to get in here on the colony. Yeah, so we can now go, like, I could do something like indoor and Poor Animals. I'm not going to. I would rather hold out for something better, because once you do that, it does knock the person down for a little while. Oh, I also need to get your work schedule stuff figured out. So 1, 2, you could be a terrible doctor. Congratulations. You now, it'd be the mining construction person dedicated. So we can reduce your priority on mining here, which is good. You're already dropped. We can take you down a peg on that, so you can also focus on crafting. And then back up do construction and all that. And then it'll be, the Impid is going to be our main, just, you do construction. That's what you do here. I honestly, actually... No, that's fine, because you're a... No, as Luxury was the dirt mole. Yeah, so when Luxury's not cooking, they will have a primary of mining. We actually have a pretty good range of skills represented. I'm getting a little bit too many people for the grav ship, because it's going to be microscopic when we first get it. But, you know. We'll also go here. You're for colonists. What I do need is better weapons. I believe we actually can make better weapons now. We can make bolt actions. I don't really want to invest the components there. Assault rifles are something I invest the components. But investing components for just a straight up bolt action, it's like, I'd rather hold out, save my components for other things. Yeah, because you're about to get shields, which will be Giga getting a shield belt. Also assign. Colonist, do this. You were able to doctor as well, so we'll have you carry medicine. Alright, so let's go ahead and get the Impid named. So you're an Undergrounder Impid. That's going to be Draconic Dork. And then we'll get rid of that. Mess the Draconic, you get the horns. Yeah, so now we've got some negatives. We just want to get one of the positives. For the Dirt Mole, we would really like the fast wound healing would be the favorite, the preferred. And for the Impid, the very fast runner would be the preferred. Standard Gravtech, that's good news. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Let's toss them all the little bits of leather that we don't need. And there's the Psi T. We also have entirely too much medicine, so we're gonna go like this. I'll hold on to that. I'm not convinced or wanted or get rid of it yet. Alright, so obviously we're not going to be giving them all of this stuff. Or if we do, it's going to be one of those things that we... Alright, what's... Yeah, because they don't have much I want, so let's go ahead and accept that. Okay, they're at 61. We can then grab you again to trade again. And gift. Let's go over here and drop off 1,500 corn. Actually, I'm going to go big. 2,000 corn. I'm going to go over here and gift 166 heal root. And the slightly worn pants. Cool. So we're maintaining our relationship with them and clearing out a bunch of wealth we don't need. Because it looks like we're also about to get our Devil Strand up. So we're going to start getting a lot of fancy clothes. And honestly, the alpacas, I'm probably going to have to keep them from getting too high of a population. Because basically with the alpacas, we're using them so that I have a caravanning animal in case we get the alert being like, the mechs are after you, when, you know, I get whatever thing set up here. So at least gives me an option to run away with the core and whatever I've got without leaving everything behind. The big challenge we're going to have is now I'm starting to do the biotech stuff. It's very likely we'll have the mechs become a problem before I can get that staged up. Even if I get the grav ship, likely the grav ship's going to be like microscopic in its first form, way smaller than you normally get, because I'll do something like trade for like 65 tiles, and that's what I'll be able to grab. Versus normally you start with around 400 tiles. So you get where that's going. There's going to be no barracks, there's going to be no break room, there's going to be an engine, like a set of engines, some fuel tanks, and a piloting console. And that'll be the entirety of the grav ship. And we're just going to have to chase down more materials. But that's a big one, because if we do get the shuttle, I need that to make the stuff there. Hosting friends. Deuces would join, who is iron-willed and incapable of doing a lot of things. Right about to hit advanced age as far as that goes. The gene processor would be good. Will be like inside of the... There's just one big room. I have no idea. It'll depend on how many tiles I can get. So I do want the geo processor. We get the neoformer as well. I will accept them. I did not read. I need to read when it says that. I'm always like, yeah, let's bring them in. And then it drops in like 20 people. Okay, so there's what? 7 of you. So 5 of these need to become bedrooms. And then schedule. You just recreation all day long. I forgot we still had that set because of that nonsense down there. Okay, well they're gonna eat a lot of food. We're letting them recreation the whole time. They do have a mood bonus from their weapons and all that, so that should all help. They've got impressive rooms and all that. we don't have to keep him here very long. I think it's at 12 days. And they'll give us a Neoformer, a book for learning the gene processor, which will be good because that allows you to make more complicated combinations. So that's a good one to have. And being a book, it means they don't have to actually dedicate research. It'll be someone's recreation time to get it done. Dark Visions. Alright. So I am going to do a ritual, because if we have anything other than a bad outcome, that will give us a mood bonus on them. Quest active. A new quest is active. The quest called Pirates of the Toxic Spewer. Well, crap. Wanderer joins. Okay, I probably am not going to keep this person. We'll check to see what they got going on. Tortured Artist. Honestly, right now, I don't really need more people. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of them. They had a beautiful party. Okay, so what needs to happen here is we do have a caravan thing over here with 4 enemies. So we are going to send a caravan over here and have them return, except let's grab a couple of our alpaca. And we're going to have Luxray go, Burning Sun, Pagey Cakes, and Chump, and we'll have... Not Chump, Crump. And the others can stay. Yeah. Gonna bring 1 extra. Actually, you know what? Just send everyone who's properly capable of fighting. Get out of here. All of you get out of here. And meanwhile, you all stay in safe. Actually, I changed my mind. You all stay in safe. You can do nearby. I need you all to leave and not just stand out in the toxic waste, please. Because I'm trying to keep them from getting toxic buildup, because then they'll get the mood debuff sick. Could you not just pace back and forth? Just leave. Let's go. You're all ready. Get out of here. Because basically we're throwing everything at the toxic spewer, because it is going to be just a straight up actual encounter. Oh, Draco didn't go because... Alright, growth moment on Moriarty. So he did okay. You got Jogger. You didn't get any passions, but you got Jogger, so that is winning. There's not much to add to that. Getting Jogger is winning. Could you not stand out here? With Crumbled Mine, toxic buildup could be very dangerous for you. Why did... Oh, this is on me. I haven't updated safe since I rearranged things. Well, they're going to be a bit crabby in the morning. Luckily, I don't have to keep them happy. I get a bonus for keeping them happy. You're high rolling for that good old Dementia. Dementia, honestly... Dementia and Crumbled Mind together might be lethal? Because I think Dementia knocks down your consciousness. If memory serves me correctly. Alright, so you're doing good. You just got to initial, so you didn't get very much toxic buildup. Meanwhile... Okay, so mostly short to medium range. Cannot unnatural heal yourself. You can only unnatural heal other people. Alright, come on, get over here. Yeah, there's 4 of them. They're all relatively short range and all that. Okay. Keep moving. Come on. Okay, so what hits do we get? So you got a hit to your leg. You got just a mild jaw hit, so let's go ahead and bandage up the hit to the leg. And the rest of you, claim those doors, and run in here, and take out the toxic spewer. Communal schedules, nearby, dangerous. Come on. And we just want to make sure there's nothing amazing inside here. Sometimes you get lucky and get cool stuff. Not this time, though. Order, allow all. And I know I can tear this down. I'm not going to bother. World. Reform caravan. Go back home. Accept. Oh, wait. You're still alive? What are you bringing to the table? You are kind and capable of cooking. We already have a dirt mole. And I already have a lot of people. So I'm going to actually pass on this one. Well, actually, wait. What faction are you with again? No, you're not with one of the factions we can be friends, so yeah, you're dead. That's the way it be. Grab the components, the steel, the obsidian, the plasteel. I don't care about any of that stuff. Grab your guns, because we can. I can grab the steel gladius, even though I don't really care about it. Alright, so everyone's allowed out now. And... Why is it still toxic spewer? I destroyed the toxic spewer. Source unknown. Okay, there it goes. It just delayed. Okay. I was like, wait a second. I've already destroyed it. You can't do this to me. Okay. Yeah, no, that was the thing. Like, usually I've got stuff fast-forwarding by the time the caravan gets back, it's already cleared and everything. But that's the few times I was like, wait, what? Why is this still here? Growth moment on Will Shipley. Alright. Okay. So, Will gets nothing but good choices. We can get Fast Learner, we can get Nimble, we can get Fast Walker, and we can get Kind. All of these are good. Artistic? I mean, I don't actually have anyone with Artistic, which is a fair consideration. I could use a second plants thing. So I think I'm gonna lean on the plant side. Because art is one you don't really need too many colonists to do art. Not unless you're doing a bunch of statues. Otherwise, it's mostly just to paint the walls, which doesn't require any leveling at all. Yeah, so that's a hard call. Because I like all of these. I know a lot of people sleep on Kind. I do really like Kind. It does prevent a lot of the insults and social fights. Fast Walker is really strong. Anything that gives movement speed is good. Nimble is great if they end up being, like, into melee. Fast Learner is generically good. Yeah, you basically need one artist per 50 colonists. Yeah, you only need one artist in your whole colony. I'm leaning towards Fast Walker, because no matter what we do in the entire colony, Fast Walker is good. If they're ranged, Fast Walker is good. If they're nimble, Fast Walker is good. Nimble stops being super relevant if you're not getting into melee. Fast Learner is also just generically good. That's the thing. All three of these are generically good. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Fast Walker is just good with everything. I'm going to lean that way. Because we get Fast Walker, and then on top of that, we get the very fast from the Impid. That's just a good combo. Because right now, I've only got one other person planting. And it's one of those things that I could just open that up and get that helping. Yeah, so for my colonists, the one I have that are actually mine, I'm not unhappy with this number. With the total here, with the refugees considered, this is about the point that the game stops being fun for me, is when we have this many colonists. Now granted, they're temporary, so it's not bothering me at all yet. But it would be a thing that if this was, like, my whole colony, once you start getting into those upper teens, lower 20s and more, you start caring less about the individual colonists. It gets to be a little bit too obnoxious to try and keep track of everybody. Let's have you go and grab that shotgun. Yeah, so they shouldn't be here super long. We have the bandit lair, we don't care about that. We have the cache, we don't care about that. We have the distress signal, we don't care about that. We have the logging, we don't care about that. 10 days till these people get out of here. We got all of these ruins we could hit up. It is a thing that you get a ruin showing up every single year. It is kind of a thing that they do get to be a nuisance. Cass would whittle them down for you before long too. Yeah, I mean, it is a thing that as you get more and more colonists, you do have a tendency to have more risk of losing individuals. But all that said, that's fine. Yeah, so you got 16 days, because they won't climb in even though they're Neanderthals. Oh! Nimble, Fast Walker, Quick Sleeper, so a Roller there is an MVP. Great Memory Ascetic, that's solid pawn. Depressive Body Modder is pretty awful. Sickly is terrible. Psychopath Teetotaler is pretty awful. Kind is generic. Jealous Slow Walker, so basically they opened up that they had us on the first half here. You had two really solid pawns and then a whole lot of just hot garbage. Yeah, so they got a while yet till they're gonna grow up. They just did their first age up. But yeah, both of them got good ones. Fast Walker is pretty good. Jogger's better. But Fast Walker is nothing to be upset about. And then also, may have only got Fast Walker, but did get a Passion. Oh, we got our shield belt. And let's see here. Make shield belt. Do until you have one spare. Anything else you want to consider? Like, honestly, doing stuff like giving your other pawns a bunch of, like, jump packs and all that can be really good as well. Because then when you're fighting and all that, you can jump pack in and out of, like, range. You can jump pack to cover. You can, do that for flanking maneuvers. It can be good to have jump pack people. But, alright, so keep it to colonist on you. You are a melee pawn. You are now an anything pawn. Because Pagey Cakes is filling in for melee until Giga adulted. And then tough, nimble, fast learner. That'll be pretty good for a melee pawn. What's your strategy for getting your kids to have good level up? It's not too bad. You just go to their schedule, full recreation schedule on the kids. You can't restrict them too much into an area, because they'll want to nature run and cloud watch. And for whatever reason, they only want to nature run and cloud watch near the edge of map, which is of course dangerous, but it is what it is. Having stuff like books and a desk and the chalkboards and all that also contributes. So basically giving them as many learning types as possible, because each rotation they'll be like, I want to skydream, I want to read a book, I want to watch TV, or I want to talk on the radio, I want to read a book. So as many of those as you can cover, the more you can get there. Hey Tim, how's it going? Thank you for the Gigantify and all that kind of stuff, even if it's the thing of nightmares. That was really delayed. That was really delayed, like, alert sound for the Gigantify. But also check out Tim the Sorcerer, another fantastic content creator. Been doing a lot of Satisfactory recently, but also does a lot of RimWorld and all that stuff. So if you do enjoy RimWorld, Tim does a bunch of RimWorld as well. And so there's good times and all that. So highly recommend. Alright, so let's hopefully get the Neanderthals to be all happy, then they can get out of here, and then give me lots of cool stuff. Let's also go, at this point, put a meditation spot in here. Alright, we're probably going to need to consider doing some population control on the alpaca. Granted, they're giving me lots of alpaca wool, but I mean, it's fine for right now. Phase 4 is no joke. You're glad the run is still recovering. Yeah, the challenge is going to be remaking our grav ship. We did, I'm not sure if you saw where we had, basically, it went to the terraformer, the broken terraformer, and just wasn't prepared properly for it. And, made the mistake forgetting about how amazing vac suits were. So the survivors basically stole the grav core and ran for the hills. And all that kind of stuff. And so I'm like, okay, well, how do I get my stuff back? Because I only have the grav ship engine. I don't have any of the floor panels on it. Yep, and check out SimContra 1. Fantastic content creator. You should absolutely check him out. Does strategy and simulation games, but doing a lot of retro games recently. So if any of that sounds good, you can find over there. So you don't have a schoolroom stuff or a comms console yet, but you have everything else available to them. I wasn't expecting their level up to be quite as crap as it was. How high level do they have to get a passion? 5. At learning level 5, they will get 1 passion, and learning level 6, they get 2 passions, and I might have that one early. It's either 5 or 6 that they get 1 passion, and that's like 2 passion, and then you get 3 or 4 on level 8. Let's see, for some of it, like the cons cost, they won't need it until you unlock the tech. Correct. Yeah, if you're early game, it'll be nature running, sky dreaming, watching people work. Like, lesson is always available, no matter what. And then, like, floor drawing. So most of those you can accommodate without actually having anything. The big one being the taking lesson requires the desk, which is complex furniture. And I believe that's always on the pool. I could be wrong on that, though. But basically the idea is to try and provide them as many of the different learning types and to make sure their schedule is fully nothing but recreation. Because they do learning in the same time, like in the same slot as recreation it fulfills. Go Frenzy. Alright, now I just need to get a positive thing for the biotech stuff. We got a handful of negatives we can put to use. Oh, you're inactive. I mean, I guess that's fair. I was just a little surprised by that. Make sure you have 3 blackboards. You can link the 3 blackboards. Yeah, no, if you put the 3 blackboards, it will boost the desk even more. It's got a 60% learning bonus. To be fair, the 60 isn't a huge amount, but it does, you know, does help quite a bit. The important thing is having the desk at all, but getting, you know, 1.5 the amount of effort out of it is good. You're cuddling with the wonderful cat tonight? Nice. Yeah, I've had no problems setting recreation. Just avoid anything too laborious, and it'll keep learning above 90% as a high priority. Yeah, I mean, you can go either way. I usually keep it set to full recreation, because then what they'll do is once they start getting to like 90+%, they'll stop recreation and they'll do actual work. The results are very similar, just slightly more leaning towards work, slightly more leaning towards doing the learning. I still haven't decided what I'm doing with that room. I got the room ready. Oh, we have the transport pods. I don't have the ability to make components yet, so we've been holding off on that. Oh, the Timberwolf is downed? What the hell, Mr. Timberwolf? Go ahead and just take care of that before it gets back up. Alright. And thank you, Dr. Aardvark, for the 50 stream check. I do appreciate it. Don't we still have a creepy joiner that could explode things? No, the creepy joiner that could explode things did the thing where, like, they were around here, and they're like, thank you for letting me stay, I'm outie, bye! And then my next closest pawn was up here, so it's just like, you know, kind of look down, it's like, that dude's on the other side of the river and 90% off the map. Just go. They weren't an amazing pawn, but they were decent. Like, I definitely would have been willing to keep them. But it was absolutely one of those ones that they're like near the edge, you know, edge of the map where we're like, deuces. Hey, I mean, if you want to social fight each other, have a good time. Just don't you go social fighting my people. All right. The answer: cutting tons of marble. So we can go over here, find marble floor. We'll burn up some marble by just making the floor nicer there. Now you got a ton of limestone. Let's go in here. And this will just be regular old limestone floor. We're going to use up a copious amount of it. Just get rid of all that loose brick. Okay, and let's do something I haven't done in a while. Let's paint their room their favorite colors. Okay, so Marguerite likes a color they're calling orange. It definitely doesn't look like orange to me, but that's fine. Pastel orange. Let me guess, this is one of those colors that doesn't actually... Okay. So your room is orange. Then Pagey Cake's favorite color is red. That's auburn, subtle red, red. Honestly, in hindsight, I should have probably just made the borders. Hang on. Don't do that. Make the borders their favorite color. That'll look better. What is our ideology's color again? Like, purple. Okay. Don't care about that quest. Yeah, because then we can give everyone their room's favorite color for the border. Alright. The two Neanderthals that keep fighting are, well, still fighting. Alright, so yours, I believe, was like black. We got Moriarty here, who looks like they've got kind of a teal. They call it dark blue. It looks teal to me, but that's fine. Dusk, teal, subtle blue, marine. One annoyance I have with RimWorld is the palette of things that could be their favorite color versus the palette of actual colors you can choose are not the same palette. So there's literally their favorite color, and you might not actually have the option of doing it. So you have dark teal. That looks like the closest I'm going to see. Wait, what? Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's just a weird choice. Void Sculptures, and then they got Bliss Lobotomy as the next one that came up. And then for Will, Will likes dark gray. And so Vraxi likes blue. Yeah, so like you see this one's blue, and it's like deep blue. And then you look at Silvraxi's favorite color, and this one's blue, and that's teal. I'm gonna make it sky blue, because that's closer to the favorite color based on the picture there. Okay, you got Burning Sun and Luxray. So you have light teal, so that'll be one of the walls. Bright Moss will be the closest we're gonna get. And then Luxray's favorite color is just straight up green. They got Draconic here, who wants Screamin' Pink, which if we look at the colors here, there is no bright pink. There's like this pastel red, pastel pink, and then you got like indigo, but there is actually no like hot pink here. It's such a weird thing. It's one of those things like, does this matter? No. Do I want them to fix it? Yes. Yes, I do. Because I like the idea of painting their rooms their various favorite colors. Normally it's the whole room, but I'm just kind of striping the borders here on this one. And I was making the comment that I'd make like the ideology color the rest of it, but the ideology color, you call that light purple? My dude, that is hot pink. That is like Barbie doll hot pink. There is no purple in that. Yeah, I'll wait till that's done. We'll put down the hot pink around the edges or whatever. You want the raiders' eyes to bleed when they enter the room. It is. Oh, it's disrespected because we're actively replacing the floor. Please leave Moriarty alone. They're a child. It's not Moriarty's fault that you got into a bunch of fights, and now you're hurting. We'll rescue you when we feel like it. That's your third social fight since you've arrived. We will take our time. You're not bleeding. You're not starving. When someone feels like it, they'll take care of you. Did you know they paint drunk tags Pepto pink because it calms people down in the short term? Oh yeah, there's lots of stuff that people do around color. It's like a whole thing about retail, that different retail, depending on their target market, will actually paint the rooms differently. So if you're trying to shop at a place that their whole gimmick is around, like, you know, yours bargain prices, it's inexpensive, it's cost effective, anything like that, in those cases, they will they'll actually paint it blues and a lot of like cool colors. Whereas they're trying to be something that's like hip and cool, and they're aiming more towards the impulse buy, they'll tend to have very vibrant, bright colors leaning from yellows to reds. And it's a whole psychology thing. Have you spent much time in North Miami area, like Boca Raton, Jupiter, and all that? I've been to Jupiter. Jupiter, Florida is actually where I got my, not skydiving, my scuba certification. But I haven't been there often. That's a pretty big trek south of me. But generally speaking, I haven't been to that part of Florida very many times. I went down to the Keys at 2 different points. So like Big Pine Key and Key West. And, you know, obviously you go through Miami to get there. But I haven't really done much in Miami. And then, like I said, Jupiter, Florida is where I did my scuba diving certification, like the final part of it. Went diving with, I believe it was Goliath Grouper, which is cool, and also it's like, that a big fish. That a real big fish. That is a Volkswagen Beetle-sized fish. Is that a good place to snorkel? I would imagine. I know Jupiter would be, because they had like there was a shipwreck at the bottom, and it was like, it's just wooden debris now, but they had like kind of an artificial reef there and lots of tropical fish. And the Keys are definitely good. Make sure you keep all your shiny stuff hidden, because, you know, Barracuda. Alright. So let's back off over here for a minute. So they are almost all short range at the moment, which is good. So I'm going to pop this door. No. Barracuda see jingly, jingly, shiny, shiny. And they attack you. Because Barracuda like eat jingly, jingly, shiny, shiny. So if you have stuff like dog tags or a shiny necklace or something like that, it can actually be real dangerous. They're a fairly aggressive fish. And they're aggressive, and they can back up that aggression with actual... Nice, we wasted their shield right on the opener. Not gonna have an angle on them. Scooch over here a little bit. That should burn out pretty quick. Okay, let's grab our range and focus fire on this guy. Okay. Now that the shield's down, just open fire on anyone and everyone. But basically, we want to just do as much damage as we can until they get mad and start chasing. And at that point, we want to run through the door just down here and close it behind us. This door will be open over here, so there's a good chance they'll start running around to attack us from that side. And we'll just try and run position. There's also a chance they'll just go to the wall and start attacking the wall. It is a pretty far run. Okay, that did not take nearly as much as I thought it would. Everyone in. Don't wait. Okay. And then meanwhile, let's go ahead and get our people in position on this side. I guess the kids will be ready in case they actually get in here. We'll keep them a little bit on the safer side. The door will close in a second. Yep, so they're going around. Okay, hang on. Don't. Oh, Silveraxi, that's my fault. I forgot to zone you in. Okay, so Silveraxi, start running, buddy. Entire large group of Neanderthals, be ready to grab attention. That's my fault. I forgot to cancel the zoning. Okay, we bought some attention. Let's keep retreating. That's good, we got the attention. You just sit this out, man. Okay, keep backing off. You're not gonna be able to curve up. They're just too much faster than you. Just keep on running this way. Just boost it. Yeah, so we're kind of kiting them right now. This wasn't the plan. The problem is Silveraxi has Crumbled Mind, so they move very, very slow. Their consciousness is very severely penalized. A bounty for Liam? I mean, I would love that shield generator, but... Keep running, Silveraxi. That flak armor they have is doing work. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. Remember that I love you.
Okay.
No, you won't get it.
I love you.
I love you.
You sleep well. Oh, hey. Ape. Get that door. You run up there. This is annoying because we're softening them up, but we're not taking anyone down. So we're just getting chipped at. Colonist needs a rescue. Oh, I didn't get you out of the door in time. I was too distracted trying to deal with all this up here. You are good to go. Start killing that man. Major break risk. We definitely don't want to be up close to the chain shotgun. Okay, finally. Alright, you rescue them. You get home. Yeah, now that they're all softened up, we are just mowing them down on their retreat. Okay, and you're... They had a lot of good weapons, so I do want to take them out if we can. Claim what weapons we can out of this. We did get a lot of people got tagged pretty well in that fight. Alright, so all of you out of here, what do you got? Ugly Gourmand. Gear, strip them. Strip them. So Pagey, get that equipment off of them. Draconic, get that equipment off of them. No go orders. Allow all. Okay, so how bad did people get hurt? Minor injury, minor injury, minor injury, minor injury. Okay, so of our people, minor injuries, decent injury. Honestly, we just got a bunch of random little hits here and there. Okay. So you figure take your family there at some point. Your grandparents live in the Green Acres, Lake Worth. So I wanted to show them the area. Curious about things to do that are family friendly. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know the area as well. They check out the museums, the old fort, state parks, in the Keys. If you plan for a fort, you can take a trip to the Dry Tortugas on Far West Key West. You've never been there, but your parents went last week for the first time, really enjoyed it. Gotcha. Yeah, and I've only been to, like, Big Pine Key and Key West and all that. Alright, so Pagey Cakes. Go grab that better gun. Meanwhile... Wait, what? Huh? Where did... Oh, I grabbed it with the wrong person. Okay. I was sitting there, I was like, wait. I want you to have the chain shotgun. You hold that back. You hold this back. You hold that back. That's fine. We got a bunch of components over there. A bunch of random barricades and all sorts of goodies. So medical attention needed on half of you. And we are noticing that we don't have... Alright, so basically a lot of people need tending. And the one doctor who's ready to be able to do anything is just sleeping. Said it's after hours and I'm not dealing with it. Alright. Who else can do the doctoring? Pagey Cakes. Please take care of it. You already treated? What's going on? Oh, you're still set to treat yourself. Alright, so everyone's patched up. Meanwhile, before I forget, you are still set to patch yourself, and you shouldn't have that going on. So you're mad about... You're mad that your genes were harvested. Okay, I mean... Sure, that's fine. Yeah, you'll get over that. That's probably because you were a prisoner when I did it. Disease, infection on burning suns. Let's go health. Ah, because you did not get treated. I overlooked the fact that the person who was treating you just said, nah, man, not my jam. We'll go ahead and clean you, or tend to you, and feed you. Oh, we wasted it on a minor injury, but that's fine. Oh, you just didn't finish tending any of those people. Cool. Rare thrombos, not too worried about them. Yeah, so Burning Sun should be locked in really well. We hit him with, like, the best medicine. I just don't fuss with it anymore. If we got Glitter World on hand and someone's got an infection or flu or anything dangerous, we just go straight for the best of the best we got. Call that the ideology color. So good news is most of those injuries are pretty mild. So they should get over it relatively quickly. There's also Mel Fisher Museum in Key West, the Lighthouse, various old forts. Yeah, no, I definitely remember that there's, like, a bunch of places in the Key West area. Because I remember checking out a bunch of those while we were in that area. Okay, so you grab the chain shotgun. That's better than your regular shotgun. The rest of the weapons aren't too exciting. Is there not a second chain shotgun? Am I just misremembering? Or does it still need to be hauled back? There you are. So if you run over here... Oh, it's bio-coded. That's why. So haul that back. And haul this back, because black armor I can't make yet. And it's good. So I want to bring it home and use it as best we can. Alright. Just painting random floors because we have the spare materials. And we still got more limestone. We can go into here and put limestone floors in there. Just keep using it up. And the good news, it seems like everyone's recovered with the exception of Burning Sun, who you're 41% ahead on your infection, so you are solidly locked in. And that's without, like, breach health or anything. And if you were to get into serious danger, Silveraxi could still bail you out. Alright. Yeah, so we got a little bit of their flak armor. We grab some of their better weapons. Alright, at what point do we start? No more than 10. And how much longer till... Oh, right. Let's see. Yeah, so I can't go to an abandoned space platform. I'll need a shuttle for that. Or the grab ship itself. So I physically can't do that one. I can't reach it. Oh, we're not doing a logging camp. We got just shy of 3 days until they get out of here. And basically, I'm just adding a little bit of the ideology color to all the rooms just because I can. Got plenty of dye. No reason not to. Alright, how close are we getting to getting you converted? We're getting there. You're in the upper 20%. And honestly, with many people running around trying to convert everyone here, we can certainly get there. Oh, hey, need that door opened again or it won't work. There we go. Alright. Cool. Let's go ahead and get... Alright, so you've already got that. Yeah, honestly, they're taking care of it already. So I do have some more ordnance to throw when the sieges attack. Because I did debate having people go into position and drop the incendiaries. I was worried it was going to take too long for me to get set up over there to start firing off the incendiaries. And then ultimately what's going to happen is going to be just us trading off shots, and yeah, I'd probably win as far as pushing away the raid. On the other hand, they could easily get, you know, an incendiary round in here or whatever, and, you know, get the field on fire, and at that point, just lose the field. Alright, so we got the shield belts made, so that's good news. Devour attack. So you got 4 Devourers. Moriarty is dangerously close to them, so that is really bad. Grab everyone, start running them inside. Because Devourer attack is what killed the first big wave of people. I think Moriarty's got more than enough lead to get away from them. Then they're going to come over here. They're going to murder the crap out of that guy. Luxray, man, you gotta pay attention. We end up having the shoutouts, and again, it's not the end of the world, but we end up having just almost every shoutout you do is a repeat of a shoutout we've already done. But yeah, no, Tim's excellent. Like, I'm not unhappy about having a second one. You looked up, you didn't see one. That's because it happened a while ago. It's fine, just... Honestly, with this many people, we could probably just beat the Devourers by just having them get in here into melee. Oh, they're just gonna ignore this person. Well, that's nice of them. Mobile sometimes doesn't show a lot of chat history. Gotcha. That's fair. Alright, so I'm feeling plenty good. We've got plenty of expendable people here. Nicely done, team. Meanwhile, we are not keeping any Devourers. Unless I see Shattered Spine on here, we are not keeping Devourers. Okay, and everyone has got a bunch of acid burns from being mildly digested. Yeah, Devourers are really mostly dangerous when there's enough of them to kind of crowd control your people down. So had it been just my colonists, that could have actually been relatively dangerous. We don't have a lot of high damage weapons. It's mostly just Marguerite there, who has a high damage weapon. Luxury's gun is a relatively high damage weapon as well. But because we had all the Neanderthals we could toss in who are very tanky and have really strong melee, you can just pile them all in, let the Devourers jump in on it and get wrecked. And Burning Sun, how are you doing with your infection? It's already literally gone. Dealmaker. Okay, so we got another creepy joiner. So they're a beautiful, misogynist, disturbing, and joyous person. Extremely high social and shooting. So misogynist is pretty annoying. They're gonna upset a bunch of people in the colony. Joyous, on the other hand, gives you a mood buff to everyone around. So that's a little bit of a mixed one. Joyous can be pretty good. Do I want to take this person? I'm gonna lean towards no. Joyous would be good. We already have a bunch of creepy joiners in this colony. This would be our third creepy. You know what? Fine. I probably shouldn't be taking on more people at this stage. So everyone else get into position to help Will. Cool. Alright, I will allow them to join. Now, before we do anything with them, schedule... again, they have Joyous, so they will give everyone a mood bonus, but they very, very likely could end up having the Metal Horror. So we will not allow them to cook or doctor. We will let them mine, though. They can be a dedicated mining person. Alright, I'm also, because they're a creepy joiner, we don't know what their deal is, they don't get to have a gun. Alright. So, for our brand new creepy joiner, who may or may not stay with us, if you would like to be the joyous pawn, you can go ahead and do that. But yeah, if we look around at our colony now, at our needs, there will be Joyous Presence, which is just a +3 that just everyone in the area gets. So it's really good. It's not a huge bonus, but it's kind of just everybody. So it's not something to be upset about. I'm just not a big fan of misogynist because it means he'll insult and get people upset and yada yada. But it's kind of one of those things like, okay, you're going to have the occasional insult, which is a -8. But then you're going to give a permanent +3. And the +3 is to everybody, versus the -8 will be like to one person at a time. But they also will have something going on with them. They might just leave. They might have a Metal Horror inside of them. If we get Gray Flesh, most likely it's Quirk. Technically, the ones who took damage from the Devourers could also be it, but it's probably Quirk. And they could have Crumbling Mind or Failing Organs. If they do, we happen to have an Unnatural Healer to deal with that problem. Honestly, Crumbling Mind would be the best choice for this one, because we just and it's solved. He has a nocosphere in his pants? Whoa, man, we don't talk about that. That's not appropriate. Now he's just happy to see us. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's get Quirk named here real fast. And Quirk is gonna be Rongor. Did I add an extra letter to your name? I feel like I did that. Let's see. No, that's right. Alright, so let's get that Q out of here. So yeah, we don't know what the deal with Rongor is yet. We'll figure it out when we get there. We're also short on the beds department. The good news, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, that quest has 1 day left. We're just going to ignore the problem and pretend it goes away. So at this point, 3 of our colonists are creepy joiners. Actually, is that true? No. No, that was true, and then the other creepy joiner left. That's right. Right, because we had one person who was like the explode flesh one, and we got our unnatural healer, and now we've got a joyous pawn. But the explode flesh one did only stay temporarily. Okay. Oh, what is your ideology, by the way? That's fine. We'll get you converted. It's just gonna take some time. The colony is definitely getting really big for doing an early game graph ship, especially one that's not going to be the whole 400 tiles. They'll probably end up being like 70 or 80 tiles, if we're lucky. Now, that changes if we get the shuttle. If we get the shuttle, I can fly up, grab a bunch of Vax Stone, and potentially build out as much as I can get away with before the mechs run us off. Okay. And we're ever so slowly convincing everyone to join our ideology. Just because we're still Prolicizer, and there's like 10 of us running around just endlessly harassing these people. Hey man, they wanted to learn a little bit about our culture. They're gonna learn more than they bargained for. What I ought to do is, while I have the Neanderthals still here, I ought to go and run down here, shoot the nests, and take care of that real fast. Which does mean temporarily I am going to arm you. Alright, let's grab all of them. Except Silveraxi. Run you over here. Get you to the front, get you there as well. Pack you in here. Trying to flank. Okay, and with that, all of our melee pawns go about your business. We can go to animal, well, wildlife. And undraft all of you. So hunt, 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 hunt. Make sure they don't get back up. Alright, allow all schedule and unrestricted. So you took a minor scratch. Ape is genuinely at danger of death, so let's run over here and unnatural heal Ape real... Well, actually, don't do that. Don't use the unnatural heal, I might need that in a minute. Pagey, I'm gonna need you to run over here real fast and tend to Ape real quick. Ape got, properly thrashed. Yeah, it's that neck cut, that's the big one. So take the side T. Heavy Jaw, UV sensitivity. We already have someone who can give us better than that. The Zeus hammer would be nice. I don't think we can make that happen. We got a bunch of flak suits and all that. We'll go and chuck the poor quality helmet there. And the leather sash, I don't really know where it came from. Did you know that there are right-click options for your orders? Yes. I think I literally just used one, like, right there. Grab the good medicine. Yeah, like the allow all and all that. Okay. Don't do that. I need you to not bleed out on me. Alright, so Pagey's got them, so they're not going to at least bleed out for right now. You're not allowed to work, so you haul that back. You haul this back. Okay. Let's see. Take some of one of my blood, give it to Ape. Your crumbling mind might be contagious. It's not how it works, but okay. Alright, so all of you get in. And then Luxray, you carry them. And mission complete. Alright, so you got the hypersensitivity. There's your Neoformer, so you at least can do something with that. Haul this. Haul that book. Alright, so what did you gain? You gained Skip Chunk. Or Chunk Skip, whatever. The one where you skip a chunk. That almost no one ever uses. Because it's usually not worth using. Oh, what can we do here to... You had to do that once. You took an Empire Shuttle Crash Quest. You had to quickly tend to Noble and roll her onto the shuttle before she died. Yup. I've had that before where someone has, like, plague or something, and you're just like, get in the shuttle, get in the shuttle. You're at, like, 90%, get them out of here. Once you're out of here, it's not my problem. Trying to think what to do in here. Because I could go and do, like... Yeah, let's go here, floors. Remove floor. And that's stony soil. Because then what I could do is I could put, like, dandelions where... Use it to grab trunks or across the map, turning into stone. I mean, that's a lot of effort to do I'd rather they just work and... Alright, so there's the shuttle we were just talking about. So, do I already have a harp? I do not. Alright. We can grab the harp. I don't worry about the bow. Okay, so you are not bringing much firepower. This is going to be a solidly... I'm either saving their life, or they're not making on their own. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, you could do it, but I'm like, man, there's a lot more effort that I'm willing to put into it. Because then I have to stop and meditate after each round. So, we've had several successful raids of this. Okay, so this time they did show up. We had previously roll in, we had one of these happen, and it was like, oh no, the infants have arrived. And then they just weren't actually here. Let's have you two get more towards the back, or at least into cover, and you go slightly ahead. I'm doing that to try and get them to attack you wearing the shield. The only one with gun, though. Yeah, only Botosh has the gun here. They are a good shot, though. Okay, who did what to that? Immediately just bolt action, dual sniped it. Okay, that's good. Could use it right now for cover. And orders, allow, okay. Is there something I want from the Yatkins? Robust would be good. Awful mining wouldn't be a bad one. But... as you're looking up mods, you found one that made you laugh. Anti-grain crafting, because why not? I still remember, I don't think it was ever updated. There was a mod, and the thing that made me laugh about it was they introduced, I think they called it a Gatling gun or whatever, but they're like, you know, I've introduced the Gatling gun to be, you know, similar to the minigun, but more, more usable in a balanced way or whatever. And that they're like, in their comments are like, this is a very balanced mod and all that we've gone through, and we made sure it's in line with the existing stuff. And it's like, okay. And I remember checking that out. This is way before I was streaming. And it was basically the range of the sniper rifle, like one tile less than the sniper rifle, but had like the fire rate almost as good as the minigun, with more damage than the minigun, and its balance was a single additional component required to craft it. But it was just like this borderline sniping minigun, and it cost just one extra component. You're like, alright, hear me out, my man. That is not remotely balanced. Even if we really, really stretch the meaning of the word balance to its absolute limits. Let's see, almost all turret mods are OP, and you need just one to win the game. Yeah, no, it's you'll have a lot of things that'll be like, this is balanced, like, but it's really not. Not even a little. It is one of the reasons I tend to not run very many mods, is just there's so many that are so busted. Yeah, it's fine. That is the other ideology. That's your big gripe with RimWorld mod community. They suck at not adding tons of power creep. Well, you get power creep and how it happens, like, oh, we're gonna add some psychic abilities, and you add like a pro-con to it. But then with the, someone else's mod or certain ideology or certain whatever, you can almost always find like a way to, either knock down its negative or whatever. It is very hard to balance. But there's times where it's like, okay, you know, this mod plus this mod is broken powerful. But when you have just the one mod by itself, you're like, oh, this is just stupid strong. Like, I don't have to do any clever tech or anything. It's like, I just get the one weapon from your mod that's readily available. And you just win every engagement. And it's fine to have the mod where it's just like, this is my big I win button, and just have that, you know, have that run where you just demolish and have a little fun doing it. But it's, at least for me, when I have those kind of like really strong runs, you know, really strong mods and all that, it's usually very short-lived that is fun for me. It's like the gimmick is fun, but once the gimmick's done, then there's that. Let's say one of the vanilla expanded ones adds nice utility slots that give minor bonuses like to constructing. Nothing too strong, and then the mod includes a shield belt that works with ranged weapons. Yep. We have easy dead mode for an I win button. Yeah, not's a thing. But you can still have fun with like doing all sorts of weird mod stuff to make some like cheese, like, you know, do the gene splicing stuff, which is already stupid strong as it is. But it just takes a lot of invest to get there. But then you'll have the one, it's like, this one makes it so your pawn can go invisible and light people on fire with their mind from 40 tiles away, and you're like, what? I could do what now? I don't even mind when they do that. It's when you have a mod like that and it says this is you know, we have balanced this to be, you know, in line with the existing content. You're like, look, man, I don't care that you make it a broken mod, but like, there's nothing balanced about what's happening here. The Gatling gun one, and it was like that was the one that stood out because it was just like, you kind of looked at it objectively. It's like, this is the best gun on pretty much every single metric, with the only negative being it costs a single additional component, which is like nothing past the early game run. You've tried so many weapon mods, and they had variety, so you're not using the same 4 guns and the same 2 melee weapons. It's very hard to find ones that are near vanilla. Yeah, no, it's a hard thing. The fun part about those mods is when raiders have them too. Oh yeah. Void Storyteller is perfectly balanced for min-max sadists. And for some reason I was thinking you were talking about Toxic Time Waster. You're watching a YouTube Let's Play, and he had a mod that enabled weapon kickback. He gave a child a shotgun. Child nearly lost an arm and a leg after it bounced around the kill box. He couldn't stop laughing. Oh yeah, some of the ones like that add animations and all that can be kind of fun. I haven't done many of those because those are also some of the mods that end up being the ones that get to be the buggiest and the jankiest. Because like the characters were meant to do certain things, and then you use this mod, your character's like getting bounced around. Like, one of the really popular mods that you see is Run and Gun. I cannot stand Run and Gun. Run and Gun is a mod that gives your character like these little legs and little arms to them, but it lets you shoot while moving, and you just take a really severe accuracy penalty. But like, if you learn to kite and you use Run and Gun, you just need to have a long enough range weapon, and you can just walk around the map with most things chasing you. If something's like straight up faster than you, like you aggro a Thrumbo with one person, you're trying to Run and Gun, there's a good chance you're gonna get caught. Was my wire not quite long enough? It's not. We should probably extend the home zone. We will home zone the kill box. We will home zone this. Yeah, I'll home zone this. Usually I don't like to, because then they'll get stuck putting out fires and all that. Meanwhile, we can go ahead, we'll expand nearby to include this area. We can expand safe. Well, at this point, safe can include this area too. Before we hadn't fully enclosed that. That's the safe area now. Okay. You had a turret mod once that you didn't realize had some ridiculous one-shot kill turret until you enter your base and all your pawns died after it finished loading. So you just have Seek and Destroy because you don't like my melee pawns just letting fleeing raiders run past them. Nobody, no survivors. Well, that's the reason why on on my melee pawns, if you look at the assignments, I'll usually... Oh, actually, I didn't have it set. Thanks for mentioning it. I'll have them set to attack, because then when they lose their target... Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, because you're talking about while they're still drafted, they'll kill one person, still be drafted, and it'll just stand there. How goes the RimWorld today? The colony is growing and doing well. Not getting the ship up, but the base is doing good and looking good and all that. Yeah, no, I think the ones that give me the worst, and this is more of a Kenshi problem than a RimWorld problem, is the number of mods that also do undocumented things. Like, I remember there was a mod, I think it gave you a Buster Sword or something like that, and it was like, mod, description, Buster Sword. What's it do? Adds a Buster Sword to the game. And, you know, and I think it was like the Buster Sword stat was they just took another weapon in the game, and they just mirrored it. That said, the other weapon was one that was, like, unique and you can only get one of it, versus the Buster Sword was, I think you could just get it from one of the races, so it was very broken and unbalanced. But part of that mod that was not documented is it completely reworked two of the in-game factions. And you're like, I'm sorry. You said this gave me a sword. Singular. Like, one new item. It was very, very specific that it did this one thing. And check out Asriel playing some Forza Horizon. Asriel's a Forza streamer. Nah, I'm teasing. Asriel plays a lot of simulation games, but has been playing quite a bit of Forza recently. But, you know, has done a whole range of different simulation games and all that stuff. Yep, no, I appreciate it, Luxray. But yeah, so it is definitely one of those things that, Azure is a driving streamer. Yes. You have your addiction under control, thank you very much. You only play Forzas on Fridays, and days that end with Y. Just those two. It's not that big a deal. Alright, so you're converted. Grim Phantom Heavy SMG. Rapid Fire Hollow Point Extended Magazine. 200% fire rate. 20% damage multiplier. Burst count shot multiplier 150%. Hot dang, do we want that gun. And thank you for the Gigantify Treacle. And also check out Treacle, a really fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. All the good. Deleted 8 gigabytes of RimWorld saves yesterday. I need to do some cleanup. That was Project Zomboid. I think it was Build 42, I think, was about to come out, and I was like, oh my god, my Project Zomboid folder is getting ridiculously large, and yeah, it was just a stupid amount of save file size. Yeah, so normally I don't want to do these. They're not my favorite. Holy crap, yes, we are getting that gun. Holy crap, yes, we are getting that gun. Get this thing here, install. Right, char. And you are going to be marble, 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 because I got plenty of spare marble. Okay. Yeah, because that might be one of the best guns I've ever seen in the game. So it's going to fire twice as fast, it's going to fire 1.5 times as many rounds, and they're going to do 20% more damage when they fire. Oh boy. That is the F that person in particular weapon. Yeah, now RimWorld save files aren't that big. Project Zomboid save files, if you live for a while, can get really massive. Like, really, really massive. What's the base weapon? SMG. There's just gonna be like, blap, blap, blap. Just, cause it's what, 4-round burst? For an it was either 4 or 5 round burst for the SMG. So it would be like 7-round burst or something, 6 or 7-round burst. And that's gonna send them out twice as fast. That's my first Odyssey win because we were chasing down a lot of unique weapons. That's what the lion's share of my weapons were SMGs and chain shotguns. It's the this direction dies. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Now I got a bunch that are like the randomly generated names that happen before you do that. Extracted fast wound healing. Alright. Now all I need is we're gonna wait for Draconic to be available. And we're gonna see if we can get the fast running. Because fast wound healing, we're gonna start doing some biotech shenanigans. And I'm thinking we'll probably give Draconic the unique SMG. Because I'm just thinking about, well, yeah, probably Draconic, because Rongor I should not have running around with a gun yet, because we don't know what your deal is yet. You're a creepy joiner. You could have a metal horror, you could betray us, you could do a whole bunch of things. Do not build a roof on this building, by the way. The number of times I've built one of these, and then after the quest is done, torn it back down and had the roof collapse and injure or kill whoever was doing it because I forgot to remove it. Nothing like the bullet spam to train shooting. Yup. I mean, that's actually fair. Who is our best shot? So you're 7. 16 is pretty high. It might be worth giving it to Marguerite or Burning Sun to try and give the thing. Fast wound healing, fast running is going to cost a lot of metabolic. Yeah. It's going to be a tricky one to do. We do have the sun sensitivity and all that, but it's going to be a bit tricky to make that work, because right now this will be even, but that's because this one does already have 2 good stuff on it. You have 18, don't you? Yes, but I'm going to wait till I know what your deal is. That way I don't give the creepy joiner a unique weapon and then they walk off the map with it or betray us and use it against us and that kind of thing. We're going to wait till you see your deal. Right now on the table is... You've probably been here long enough that, if it was Crumbling Mine or Decaying Organ, it probably would have happened by now. I'm glad that hit female instead of male, because I'm pretty sure our psychically sensitive, yeah, our psychically hypersensitive person is male, because a medium drone with psychically hypersensitive, that person would be immediately breaking down. Alright, standard Gravtech, nice. And multi-analyzer, also good. We were already right at the end because we've been reading a book on it, so we're just going to knock out like the last tiny bit. So now all we need is, once that's done, the shuttle will be available. We will have to build the multi-analyzer first, though. So hospital bed, that's fine. Multi-analyzer, plunk that sucker right down there. Okay. So at this point, everything from fabrication to the left is for the most part ready, so far as like the bench goes. So yeah, so if we get the shuttle, we can start getting our grav plates. And how long do I have left to build the frightening structure? 14 days. We should be okay. I do not have marble available. Marble block, drag that up there to the very top. And in fact, I'll put any stone on the bottom. Meanwhile, we're probably at that point. Where's the marble? Limestone chunks. Marble chunks. Start hauling. Start hauling. So that way the people hauling can help make it go faster. Chunk skip. Man, it's a chunk, and then they have to meditate afterwards. I am not manually sitting there working on that. I am entirely too lazy for that crap. And Rongor's favorite color is dark olive. Okay. It's kind of a green yellow. Let me just think. Pale lime might be the closest we're gonna get. Okay, are you good food-wise? Yes, you are. Hop on in. If you could just go ahead and give me the fast walker and terrible melee as a combo, that would be great. Because fast walker and terrible melee would let me put that in everyone but Giga. And then we could have everyone but Giga running around super speed with some nice healing. And that'd be great. Okay, we got 12 of those made and 11 colonists. That's fine. Keeping our one extra. Deadly Complex of Riches. We can worry about that later. Come on, give me a winning lottery ticket on this one. Yeah, poor plants is good, poor animals is good, weak melee is good, very fast runner is good. Most of the other I wouldn't want, but any of those would be great. We actually already have the poor animals, I believe. Low wound healing. Hot garbage. Get it out of here. Alright, so gonna wait till they get over here. Do some trade with them. Okay. Why do you have tattered apparel? The shirts. Okay, let's see here. So, for the moment, I actually have, again, a little bit lower than Pentioxin than I want to be, so I'll grab their Nutramine. You can have my slow heal. I'm not going to use it. You can have my multi-analyzer book. We already learned it. We're working on the gene processor. Let's see here. The rest is all fine. Well, it's actually sitting indoors where it shouldn't rot. That's just extra. Okay, also, we are going to need to cut down some trees. I'm getting a little low on wood. Raid the pirate company. It looks like they have sappers who are going to tunnel. So this will work out okay. Because we have an entire big caravan of Neanderthals right here. So you're going to go back in here, and where I keep being like, take your weapon away. Okay, you can have your weapon back. Okay, take your weapon away. But they don't know what your deal is. They're playing it safe. Let's run down here real quick. See if we can get in position before they start sapping our walls. Yeah, because they do actually have 2 long range and a bunch of short range. Okay, you've got your weapon. Join the rest. Well, that was not my favorite. Draconic immediately taking a sniper hit to the spine. That does not feel like it's going well. Back off. I knew it was going to be a solid hit. Okay, how badly did you get tagged? You lost a lung. Back off. Okay, so we finished the job. Hey, you don't need to destroy that. Why is Enrique chasing Silveraxi when they're on retreat? You don't need to destroy the walls. There's clean and easy ways to get out. So you're the one who lost your lung? Alright, Silveraxi, you start working on that. Alright. It's fine. Yeah, you're already out of here. Okay, so let's go over here. So this wasn't in my home zone. It is now. So get to work on that. Orders. Allow all of them. What do we got going on here? We have a Hussar who is going to die nearly instantly. And we have a baseliner who's going to die very soon. So Burning Sun's going to try and run over here. He'll never do doctoring, never mind. Marguerite's going to try and run over here. We are going to try and toss a really fast tend on you to see if we can't save you. Why are you moving so slow? Oh, it's fine. I don't think you can get there in time, but we can patch you up. I'm just going to put you in the gene stealing thing twice. Because we get the super healing. All I had to do, man, was stay down. Okay, so strip them. And I believe I do have to put you in a room here first. Alright. Meanwhile, steel. Yeah, steel spear will be better than what you've got, so go grab yourself a steel spear. Bio-coated chain shotgun. We'll have Moriarty grab the sniper rifle. And you haul that flak vest back. It's about the only really good weapon there was there. Unwavering prisoner. I don't care. Alright, hey man. Have you ever wanted to climb into a gene-stealing machine? No? Don't worry. You get to do it anyways. Yeah, so get a bunch of random holes in the wall to fix and all that. We still need to get this thing done. And you're all patched up. Yep, you're good. Yep, you're good. Yep, you're good. That sniper rifle shot was pretty rough. It did a spine and torso injury. So that was pretty dangerous. Yeah, so Hussar has a lot of really good stuff in there. Super fast wound healing can be good. Psychically deaf can be good. Reduced pain is a little dangerous. Unstoppable can be good. Great shooting, great melee are certainly good. Awful plants, artist, like all these negatives can be very usable. I know a lot of people really do love the Go Juice dependency, because then you can just slam Go Juice and not have to worry about it. I'm not a big fan of it. I understand it's objectively really good, but also kind of don't want to. Ideally, I want the super wound one, the weapons, and the negatives. Insulting spree due to serious pain. Could you not bully the blind person? That's really some toxic behavior. Disease infection on you. So I need you to go to bed. Go to bed. And Pagey Cakes deal with that. Because you got an infection. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't use a Glitter World for that. Come on, man. Glitter World for the infection? Fair. Makes sense. Glitter World for a bruise? Come on, man. Be reasonable here. Medical emergency on you. Awful artistic. You know what? That's actually one I'm not unhappy about. Hey, you know what? I really feel like you should just do another go on the machine. There's some warning about dying or something, but I really feel like you should just do another go on the machine. Because I don't want to deal with the Hussar here causing me a thing. Now, if they're giving me, like, super wound healing or whatever, it's actually a thing I do that's like, oh, you gave me exactly what I want, you may leave. I could get more out of you, but you may leave. You gave me what I wanted. Yeah, so we definitely need to trade away a bunch of these junk weapons soon. Because otherwise I gotta keep them here for a long time, and it'll be just a big pain. Honestly, they might die of malnutrition while they're in there because they're still on extreme blood loss. So that might be a my bad. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. Alright, so fast heal, poor animals and all that, that's fine. We have already discovered this quest, so sell that. We're working on the gene thing. We're really good at messing. Ah, perfect. Go ahead and take a handful of these terrible weapons. Trade with you again. Would you like a gift? Because I will give you a gift of all the rest of the weapons I don't want. Keep one set of frag grenades just so I have something to try and deal with our like if a revenant shows up. And I know I'm giving up a bunch of clothes that I don't need to yet. It's fine. Double passion and art, he's a keeper. He does. Double passion art. Ghoul attacking. Oh no. A ghoul. Singular. Individually. You got a thing you gotta worry about? No. No, you don't. Man, ghouls are tanky. Alright. So we can have a person who will help the colony. They will give us Luciferum, which sadly cannot fix Crumbling Mind. Honestly, in this case, I'll take the Goodwill. We're getting pretty close to being able to get allied with them. And they don't tend to come down to the ground. A Ghoulified Hussar. So schedule, full recreation schedule, stay nearby. What is your deal? Why are you upset? Oh right, your everything is hurt. Okay. Woolly alpacas going there. Oh good. The Hussar is no longer incapable of walking. Don't worry. They're going to be incapable of walking pretty soon. Psychically deaf. We'll see where that goes. Alright, so if we were trying to make a set of genes, so we could do fast wound healing. I don't need a bunch of those. Literally, we could just do fast wound healing and psychically deaf, and that's balanced, or even better, awful artists. So let's just start giving that people that. Because, like, the indoor dweller and all that, I'm not too worried about. Psychically deaf can actually be kind of nice. I might actually put that on everyone but our one psychically hypersensitive person. If we did that, everyone's hunger rate would go down, but I don't really have a need for it. We're gonna go ahead and do this and say... I was gonna call it fast healing, I don't know. Fast healing. I was gonna do something making fun of being a bad artist, but... Sure. And... That's the list of names. the art of healing. Sure. Start combine. Oh, actually, save template. Alright. So it's a pretty benign, not very involved one. But it is one of those things that we can just sit there and shove that into a person. And then just slowly get people to be boosted. And as we get better genes, we can start doing stuff with the better genes. But getting everyone fast wound healing is good. And we only have the one person, Silveraxi, as the only one who's got art. So everyone but Silveraxi could take that. Now, the catch is, if I were to give it to the Impid, that overrides slow wound healing. Actually, that would... So it'd put you in a 2 deficit. So I would need to do the fast wound healing and then the other stuff. So we're going to start this off with you. So we can go to Health, Options, Implant Xenogerm, the Art of Healing. Done. Yep. Gotta recombine, load, Art of Healing, start combining. Now, this does require a decent amount of medicine, but we're at the point, I'm getting so much money, I don't care. But it will have them down for a while, and it's based on how good your doctor is. So we got a lot of terrible doctors, and I am going to let them do it. So that does mean you are checked out for 2.5 days. A Royal Tribute Collector, not interested. Okay. How are we doing on our quest to build this thing? Brightening structure, we got 11 days. That's okay. Crisis of disbelief. Don't do that. Alright, we got a bunch of marble chunks in here. Pagey Cakes is working on crafting clothing. And you're making the, You're making that. We should get the marble pretty soon. There's not that many. I've got 3 different people who are all set up to be crafting as one of their main responsibilities. And we don't have that much Nutramine here. Yeah, there we go. So Pagey Cakes is already jumping on that because we're out of Nutramine. Birthday. Pagey Cakes has reached the biological age of 63. They now have Alzheimer's due to aging. And then we went ahead and asked... Oh, never mind. We'll ask Silveraxi if you have Alzheimer's, and we'll have a little discussion about it. And I'm sure it'll turn out okay. And the meat-eating trees are living well. Yeah, we're gonna want to, Are you really sure? Yes. Because the Raxi will take care of it. It just needs 4 days. The schedule isn't there. Turned out the Alzheimer's was just a tentacle all along. Yup. Alright, everyone's back in the same ideology out of the actual colonists. That's good. Yeah, so we are getting the monument made. Pretty soon I will probably just have someone, like, set to just keep cutting the brick there. We already have 280 brick. Who is our construction person? What are you working on? Oh, also... actually, wait. Granted, I'd expect to have seen gray flesh by now, even if the gray flesh was there. But still. Right. So you are not construction. Ah, it's Draconic is construction. I'm gonna go ahead and make you a priority on construction for right now. The weapon they're giving us for this, we want to make sure happens. We don't want that to be a kind of maybe sort of. We want to make sure that happens. Because it was like just a god tier submachine gun of like extra bullets, faster firing rate, and extra damage. It is 100% I'm going to wreck whatever gets in my range. Shoot frenzy, that's fine. Yeah, and I'll definitely want to try and get Draconic to get the slow healing off of you. But we'll figure that out as we are able. Yeah, so I have 10 days so we can get more. Alright, so we're making very solid progress on that. We still have 9 days to go. But yeah, the Grinder Phantom, just all of that. I look forward to getting a hold of that gun and seeing what it can do. Because the first Odyssey win we had, I had a bunch of like submachine guns. Like one was incendiary with rapid fire and all that. You know, a bunch had like accuracy and range bonuses. One was EMP. I know I had one hollow point and all that. So I had a bunch of them, a couple chain shotguns with an extra burst round and all sorts of stuff. And yeah, it was just one of those things. That stuff came around the corner and bullets just flew down the hallway very rapidly. That we would trash anything that got in range. I want to say the defense on that ship was something, like the defense position was something like, I think it's like one tile deeper. I genuinely think it was only like this big, and like that led into the rest of the ship, and it was genuinely not much, like I don't even think it's longer than that. It was just like a little box there, and we had like 2 little rows there. And whatever walked in here just got sprayed by just a whole bunch of SMGs and that. We had like a couple SMGs, chain shotguns. I think I had like 1 or 2 like assault rifles mixed in or whatever, or heavy machine gun. But it was mostly just like 12 or so just heavy SMGs, chain shotguns, just raw damage the moment you stepped in. I had like 1 melee pawn just to try and tie up whatever got in the door. Yeah, no, it's just definitely like, you'd have the centipede come in there, person would be like, zap with like the Zeus hammer, and then just all hell would break loose and be like a volley or 2 and the centipede would be just done. The only fights we had that got to be really problematic was we had one with a couple of war queens and all that, and even when you got that kind of damage, that is still a lot of tank to deal with. I'm letting them focus on this versus repair the defense, which could very well be a mistake. But the last thing you want is like both your construction people to get sick, and then you have to like where's Moriarty at? Okay, so Moriarty's down there. You are just all roughed up. So let's grab you. Start running everyone together. Moriarty will start going wide around the water. And problem solved. Yeah, and we'll have to get that Alzheimer's taken care of. I'm just gonna wait 2 more days, and then we can just pretend it didn't happen. It is a thing that we will probably want to push. We look at our research here on anomaly. If we get chronophagy, then someone's probably going to stay in a cell for a lot longer, and it's going to be a lot more upsetting what's going to happen to him. Alright, so Giga is now up and ready. Do we already get the next one of these ones made? No, it's canceled. Canceled, that's fine. Because, yeah, now you have the Art of Healing, so you got Fast Wound Healing and Bad Artistic. Okay, the Xenogerm has been completed. Next contestant. I'll go Operations Add, Implant Xenogerm, Art of Healing, accept. Yep. And I'd skipped you just for right now, just the purpose there. I like using a Sanguiphage for the Chronophagy ritual since they never die. That's not a bad idea. They're also a good one for using the gene extractor on. They got a lot of stuff in that pool. Alright, so you're going to be down for 2.2 days. Yeah, but I didn't want to use it to Commodore yet, because Commodore needs to build that and build the defenses. Can you gene edit ghouls? I don't believe so. I believe once they're a ghoul you can't. I could be wrong in that. You can gene edit someone and then make them into a ghoul, thus giving all that stuff. You think Sanguiphages can die if they get too much brain scarring from repeat chronophagy? I believe so, but they also have Scarless. So if you were to do that, you would just have to wait for the scar to heal. Oh, alright. So we're not giving it to Rongor because they are a creepy joiner, we don't know the deal. Burning Sun is really up there. It's probably going to Burning Sun on this one. Yeah, Burning Sun. Go get yourself the Grinder Phantom. You've earned it, buddy. I don't really know what you did to earn it, but I mean, you're good at shooting and that's good enough for me. You go and take the bolt action over your awful auto pistol. Put you on the long range crew. Yeah, no, it's oh wait, where's your psychic ability thing? Well, you're downed anyway, so you can't do anything right now. I do look forward to you getting into a fight and just cutting loose of that thing. Bliss Lobotomy. Cool Infusion's the next one we got. Oh, Recombined. Load template. Go. And you've got 11 days and 8 days. When you have someone you, I do actually, now that you mentioned, I do want to get my hands on a Sanguiphage just to knock him down, put him in the gene thing, and whatnot. Well, that's what we can do for this room for right now. Not particularly need it for anything, but let's just go ahead and chuck a ritual thing in there. Because right now all I can do is Void Provocation and skip Abduction. Ooh, so we're not going for the anomaly ending. That's specifically something we're trying to not get. All right, let's consider our entities. So I would potentially want to get a Revenant in there. The cloning stuff and all that could be fun for the memes. What I'm looking for is the corpse. Because then we can fix Silvraxi's crumbling mind. So I do think we're going to go ahead and do the probably not a great idea of attuning the monolith. And then once that's done, everyone's getting the heck inside and chilling. Attuning the monolith has caused it to grow once more. As it did, Gigacrump of Hell caught a glimpse of what lurks beyond. He understood. The monolith is a doorway opened wider by your actions. On the other side, Gigacrump of Hell sensed an inhuman intelligence of vast complexity and endless rage. The dark machine god is stirring, and its physical influence will grow. Yep, cool. So more importantly, everyone get inside. Oh, this is even more convenient. So actually stay in the safe zone inside. And everyone's already converted, that matters. Cool. So we're going to most likely have an attack of some capacity, or an event, I should say, of some capacity come from Anomaly anytime now. And we happen to have a random people on there. Who's my second highest social? Hey, Rongor. Go talk to them. While they're inside the perimeter. Okay, so... the gene processor, we don't have a lot of gold. I'll send you the Book of Goats. That's fine. We got a lot of cool stuff here. Take the Go Juice. I don't need it. Take the Psi Tea. I already got plenty of herbal medicine. How many Penny do I have? 99. I'll take that. You don't have much else I want right now. Alright, zone, expand, safe, cool. Includes that. Right, so basically, we're chilling in here, waiting to see whatever kicks off. Because I want to say when you awaken that, I want to say it's the same thing like the other one where you have a very likely event to occur. Because right now, if I were to void provocate at this moment, they'd probably long be gone before it kicked off. So I'll wait for the Grey Pall to settle, and if nothing pops up, we can do a void provocation. Because like I said, we're just trying to get the corpse. The unnatural corpse. Because if we get the unnatural corpse, that'll be great. I do wonder if we get the option to clone, I wonder who I want to go with. I'm leaning towards Giga here, because tough, nimble, fast learner, I can pivot them into just about anything I want, and they'll be fine. Alright, meanwhile, for Pagey Cakes, let's go and have a look. There's a belief that they have Alzheimer's, but I don't think they do. No, instead they have flesh tentacles on both sides. That ritual circle, have you ever built that on a ship? I have. Flesh tentacle, -6 permanent mood thing. Yeah, no, I've had that on a ship. Usually that's pretty late game, that once you've got like your ship pretty large that you've got a room to put down a ritual room. I want to say I had it like at the intersection going through different parts of my ship. I just kind of wedged it in there. Xenogerm completed. We're going to wait till you're back up. Actually, let's wait till you're back up. And then we'll go ahead and summon whatever the next thing is. Hit gate opening. Alright, never mind. We're going to let this kick off. And actually, chat, I'm going to be a little bit of a troll because I know if I get started on this pit gate, I'm not going to get done for like the next hour. And unfortunately, I do have to wake up at a reasonable time tomorrow to celebrate my older brother's birthday. So I'm going to go ahead and do something truly unreasonable and say next time on Dragon Ball Z. Next, yeah, you'll have to wait. So next time on Dragon Ball Z, we get to see the Flesh Pit. A reasonable drinking hour? No, well, I mean, so it's not going to be a drinking thing. My older brother doesn't really drink, but we are going to an Irish restaurant, so, you know, I might be having a drink. We'll see. So there might be a stream tomorrow. I don't know that for sure. If I'm back in time to do that, we will. If I, like, hanging out with my older brother and doing the birthday things goes longer, there won't. You get the idea. But definitely there will be a stream on Saturday at the regular time and all that good stuff. But with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on the YouTube side, thank you so much for that. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that stuff. That way you can find your way back over there and have, you know, the algorithm do all the algorithm things. But thanks so much for that. But the stream is going to be dropping because I don't have a host over there. But thank you so much for tuning in. And with all that said, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on tonight. We did play both Derail Valley,